Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And how are y'all doing this morning? I'm back. I have my coffee and I am ready to go. I think I missed you guys yesterday. I really, really did. I'm glad to be back. It was hard to be away. I missed some pretty good stuff yesterday. However, that said, I did go back and watch a little bit. Ooh, yesterday at the end of the day for the trial, if you don't know, for Miss Carly Gregg, got a little spicy. Oh my gosh, y'all. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And I'm going to have the Yannis today. I just know it. I just know it. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go into birthdays because we've got some birthdays today. And then we'll talk a little bit about it until court starts. So if you have a birthday today, please shout it out. I'll be happy, so happy to wish you a happy birthday. And here we go.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. If today is your birthday, please enjoy this weekend. It's always great to have a birthday on a Friday, isn't it? Okay, let's wish some people some happy birthday. Happy birthday, Caitlin. You have a great day. Elizabeth, oh, have a great birthday. Donna, have a fabulous day. My gosh, cute little puppers. Crystal, happy birthday. Go out and have some fun with some friends. Anna, happy blessed 40th. Woohoo! Cammy, happy birthday, honey. And Bobby, oh, happy, blessed birthday, and many more. Becky, Renee, oh, have a great weekend. Richard, happy birthday, and Rose. All of y'all have a fabulous day and enjoy the weekend. Happy birthday weekend. Happy birthday, everybody. Oh my gosh, y'all rock. Y'all are amazing. I love wishing my peeps happy birthday. And did you see that little logo that just popped up there? I got to thank Miss Andrielle for that. We're having a logo competition, and that's her submission. So we're trying to figure out who's the winner. Yay! Tell me what y'all think in the comments. It's a it's a fun thing to do. Okay, guys, let me tell you. Yesterday, I wished I could have been on live with you all day, but I had a great time with my mother and friend. I don't get to do that very often. So, thank y'all for understanding. It is a blessing, always is a blessing to be able to spend some time with your family. Oh my gosh. I thought it was 8:15 that this went live. It's 9:15, or did they move it? Oh well, that's okay. I want to catch up on a few things. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay part of this guy's testimony. Uh because 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 this guy could not have wrapped it up in any better way. Oh my gosh, y'all. He did phenomenal. One of the things that I question with experts is um, they only spend a few minutes with these people that they're diagnosing. And um, I had some questions. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. I had some questions about some of their diagnoses. One of them was um, the all day long, they're sitting here talking about, she's, let me get my mind straight. The defense brought on this doctor, and he had her diagnosed literally with I think it was 6 different diagnoses. And I was absolutely floored. And I'm like, most of these diagnoses, you can't even diagnose these people with until they're older. I mean, it was like he just threw everything, the kitchen sink, the toilet, everything at this poor child. And for him to sit there and say in that moment she didn't know right from wrong really, really caught me off guard, because if she didn't know right from wrong, she wouldn't have hidden the lead shooter, and she wouldn't have looked, in my humble opinion, she wouldn't have looked around to see if is that my dog or my cat running around? Sensei? She would not have looked around to see if the coast was clear before she go place before she went in and ended the life of her mother. And so that is my humble opinion on this. And it just didn't seem right. So yesterday they talked to the therapist. I'm getting my security camera up so I can see who comes in. I'm alone in here right now. She was able to shed some light on Carly's behavior, and I appreciated her testimony because once again, she saw her 9 times, and she did to speak with the mother, and the information packet that was filled out about the mother's diagnosis and whatnot was all done by her and Carly and her mother. And that to me holds more weight than a 15-year-old girl just self-reporting um, in a clinical situation. And some of the interesting thing is that I found the choice of words that a 14-year-old would use to me looks like she did some Googling. The other thing is she didn't report anything odd about voices and stuff like that. Seriously, report them until after the unaliving of her mother. And then one of her friends who testified said that she had spoke about that. But at the same time, Carly is still real close to that friend. They call each other from juvie. They have communication. So how much of that I can really hold a lot of accountability and I can't. So I'm going to start it when they call this new witness. He is he is for the prosecution, and I didn't catch this guy's name. Maybe I will today, but he was freaking brilliant. You could not you it's like it's one thing to get a Christmas gift with just Christmas, just some paper on it. This guy not only wrapped the case, but he put the biggest, prettiest bow on it you'd
All right,
ever
thank y'all
seen.
for bearing with me. I apologize. That was my fault.
So let's watch.
But I think we're ready to proceed now. Okay. State may call its next witness.
State close Dr. Jason Pickett.
Oh, that really felt good. Nathan Pickett, I think is his name. Wow, this guy was phenomenal. Phenomenal. I have a cat running around. She's a little happy I'm back.
Speak directly into it. Make sure you speak loud enough that lady on the back row can hear you. Okay? Yes, sir. You understand your down to earth, your answers, your sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Dr. Pickett, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Hey, my name is Jason Pickett, Pickett. I am a board certified psychiatrist. I am a board certified emergency physician and a board certified forensic psychiatrist.
Okay.
So I want to break that down one at a time.
Young,
tell us
but
about
fabulous.
You are a board certified psychiatrist, what that means.
That means I did a residency in psychiatry. I did it at the University of Virginia. And I treat patients with mental illness, anxiety, depression, OCD, PTSD. I work at the North Mississippi State Hospital where I see patients who've been committed to the state hospital. Most of my patients have a serious mental illness, which is typically schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, things like that.
As a emergency medicine physician, can you describe for us what that is?
Yes, as an emergency physician, I work in the emergency department and I treat emergencies. So, stroke, heart attack, car wrecks, psychosis, acute, altered mental state. Patients are brought in by police, paramedics, family, so whatever can walk in the front door.
And we heard from Dr. Gugliano earlier about what a forensic psychologist does, but what is it that a forensic psychiatrist does?
So, a forensic psychiatrist, we do a lot of the things that a forensic psychologist does, but we also have the expert experience from residency dealing with and prescribing medications. So we're better qualified to consider medications and how they may benefit or harm somebody related to, in a forensic realm, it's related to maybe a crime or competency to stand trial, sanity at the time of their mental state at the time of the offense and such. So
I want to talk about kind of back up before you got your certification and talk about if you could give us the benefit of your educational history.
Yes, so I went to Mississippi College and have a bachelor's from there, a master's degree from there. Then I went to the University of Mississippi Medical Center for medical school. Then I stayed at the University of Mississippi Medical Center where I did a 3-year emergency medicine residency, completed that, and immediately after finishing that, I went to Virginia and started a second residency in psychiatry. Completed that, worked as an emergency physician throughout that training, periodically here and there as much as I could. And then I did a 1-year fellowship after completing the psychiatry residency in forensic psychiatry, where I stayed in Virginia. And that included 2 days a week, I would go to the state hospital in Virginia where I would see patients pertaining to competency and sanity. And then 2 days I was at the ILPPP, it's the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy, where there's a lot of forensic psychologists and we work on forensic cases together. And then 1 day a week, I would go down to the women's prison and see patients there as typically a general psychiatrist, but it's in a correctional setting. So.
And when you're doing this fellowship, you're actually already licensed to practice medicine.
Yeah. To some degree, I have my MD. You get that when you graduate medical school. So I had that throughout my ER residency and my psychiatry residency and my forensic fellowship. And I was moonlighting as an ER doctor while I'm doing the second residency and
which is
just to pay some
normal.
bills. But so yeah, I was able to practice medicine throughout all that.
Do you have to take a test or get any kind of certification before you can be a forensic psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you have to do a 1-year fellowship, which you have to apply for. In the state of Virginia, they only take one applicant a year. And fortunately, I was blessed enough to receive that position, which was an honor. And I was very thankful for my training there. Then after completing that, you have to take a board certification, which is expensive.
Feed puppers. I'll be right back.
But I did it and passed, and I'm happy.
And where is it that you're licensed?
We would accept him as, I think we're wanting to have him as an expert in general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency
Medicine.
We don't object to that.
All right, he'll be admitted as an expert in the area of general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency medicine. You can continue with your questioning about the witness's qualifications if you wish.
Yes, sir. Dr. Pickett, have you, I do want to ask about this. Prior to being involved in this case, have you had the opportunity to perform mental evaluations of defendants?
Yes. In my fellowship, I had on the forensic unit at the state hospital, by definition with the forensics, most of them had some kind of criminal or some kind of crime related to their mental health. And so I would evaluate their competency to stand trial to see, do they understand? Do they meet all the qualifications and such? So yes.
And we heard Dr. Gugliano talk about there's a list of, in the state of Mississippi, of forensic either psychologists or psychiatrists that are certified to perform these types of evaluations through the Department of Health. Do you know, are you one of those?
Yes, I am.
And how many forensic psychiatrists are there in the state of Mississippi that have gone through the qualification to perform the mental evaluations through the Department of Health?
I don't know how many have gone through the process, because you do have to apply and go through those credentials. They, in my opinion, would be qualified if they wanted to do the process. I don't know how many did the process, but there's only about, I think, 6 in the state of Mississippi. And as far as forensic psychiatrists go, not all of them are practicing. And many of the forensic psychologists are actually out of state. Some of them are out of state that we have. And the list is not very long.
When you are asked to do, in your previous evaluations, when you're asked to determine whether somebody is either mentally competent or insane for trial purposes, who usually hires you, or who are you doing that on behalf of?
To date, I'd say 99% has been the defense. This is my first case being retained for the prosecution. But I do want to make it clear that I remember when we first talked, regardless of whoever brings me into the case, my opinion is my own, and I take great pride and responsibility in that. And regardless of who gets me involved, I let them know from the beginning that my report may fall on your side or it may not, and that's that.
And when you were retained by the state, we agreed to that, right?
We did.
Can you explain, and I know you were present for Dr. Clark's testimony and that you were in the courtroom for Dr. Gugliano's testimony, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same insanity standard. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen what the McNaughton standard is in the state of Mississippi?
Sure. So the McNaughton standard for insanity, and it does vary from state to state. In Mississippi, it is named after Daniel McNaughton, a guy in 1843 who he thought he was killing the prime minister, and he actually killed like a secretary, and he was found insane. And so at that time, they came up with a law, again, this was 1843, I believe, where you have to have a threshold mental illness just to consider insanity. If you want to move forward, you have to have at least a mental illness. Once you have that mental illness, that's like your ticket. That's like you cannot pass go without that ticket. So you get that diagnosis, and then we can consider the other prongs of this standard. And for McNaughton, it is, did the individual understand the nature and the quality of what they were doing at the time of the offense? That's one. The next one is, did the individual understand the wrongfulness of what they were doing? And so you may have a mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, whatever it is, but that does not equal insanity by the McNaughton standard. You have to meet the other prongs.
I want to talk about those prongs, Dr. Pickett. You said to know the nature and quality of the acts you were doing. Can you kind of break that down and explain that for us?
Yeah. So nature, to understand is, from my understanding, is a relatively low bar. It's a knowledge. You know what you're doing. It's a fact-based knowledge. An appreciation, in my opinion, would be a higher standard of you. I think, as Dr. Gugliano testified to earlier, you would also understand the social implications and the ramifications. It's a higher standard. But in Mississippi, according to the Mississippi Rules 12 of Criminal Procedures, which talks about the standard and such, there's simply an understanding. Did this individual know what they were doing? Did they understand the nature? For example, understanding the nature. Let's say somebody is really psychotic. They are out of their mind. They are squeezing a lemon, or they think they're squeezing a lemon, and they're squeezing, and then in reality, instead of squeezing a lemon, they're choking somebody to death. They would not, in that instance, understand or have an appreciation or an understanding of the nature and quality of what they're doing. They think they're squeezing a lemon, when in reality, they're choking somebody to death. Or, yeah, so that's basically that.
And as far as the second part of that prong, did they know right from wrong? Did they know wrongfulness? I think we all kind of are taught as children right from wrong, but can you describe for us in a legal sense what that means?
Yeah, so in Mississippi, the second prong is, did they know, have an understanding of the wrongfulness of their acts? And in Mississippi, it's a legal wrongfulness, just simply knowing that it's illegal, not even necessarily morally wrong. In other states, it's a moral, like, yes, I know it's illegal to do that, but it might not be morally wrong. I have to, let's say, yes, I know murder is illegal, but I have to kill this alien to save America. So they wouldn't understand the nature because they're psychotic and delusional, and they wouldn't understand the wrongfulness morally because they think it's an alien and they have to kill this alien to save America. So morally, they might not think that was wrong in that example. But in the state of Mississippi, it's simply a knowing legally that it is wrong.
And so just to clarify, even if they didn't morally know it was wrong to kill that alien, they thought it was an alien in Mississippi, you still don't get to insanity.
Correct.
In this particular case, who was the defendant?
Miss Carly Gregg.
And did you have the opportunity to interview Miss Carly Gregg?
I did.
What other information? Let me take a step back. I apologize. Did you perform an evaluation and prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And did you render opinions regarding Carly Gregg in that report?
I did. I met with Miss Carly Gregg on August 30th for about 4.5 hours here with Attorney Todd, and I rendered a decision that was based on my interview with Carly, my extensive review of a lot of discovery, my training, education, experience, and knowledge. I pulled on all of that to surmise a opinion.
And was that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it was.
And the items that you're talking about that you reviewed, the interview with the defendant, the mountain of discovery, talks with my office. Did you also talk with Ms. Todd?
Yes, to some degree. I talked to her, I think, mostly during the evaluation and occasionally via email correspondence.
In relying on those things, is that something that a similar situated forensic psychiatrist would rely upon in rendering his opinions?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about, I want to talk to you first. Let's talk about what your opinion is regarding Carly Gregg's sanity, and then I want to back up to how we got there.
Okay.
So what was your ultimate opinion as to whether or not Carly Gregg was insane at the time of the attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence on March 19, 2024?
I'm happy to discuss my opinion, but I do want to say the ultimate opinion is for the fact finders to decide, and I would just offer my opinion.
The jury.
So I do not want to speak to the ultimate decision, but I just want to lay out my opinion based on everything that I have researched and written and read and done. So my opinion is that Carly does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity at the time of the offense, and that she knew the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions during that day.
So, Dr. Pickett, I want to take you back to the things that you reviewed. You talked about a mountain of discovery. We've seen in the courtroom, we've seen some videos from that day. Did you have the opportunity to review those?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider those in rendering your opinion?
Yes. When you say those, I've seen the garage video footage. I've seen the Wise video camera footage from the dining room. I've seen body camera from the officers. I reviewed several of those. So I have seen a lot of video.
I want to take you back to your interview of Carly Gregg. When did you say that happened?
August 30th of
And
2024.
who was present during that interview?
Me, Attorney Todd, and Miss Carly Gregg.
In your practice, is it common for a attorney or a defense attorney to be present during your evaluation?
It's not common. Most of the time I do my evaluations for the defense. And so most of the time they don't come, and they know that I'm there most of the time. But no, they can be there. It's not standard that they are, but they can. And it's not a problem if they are.
In this particular case, in your report, you noted that Ms. Todd was present, but there was something that stood out to you about the participation in this evaluation. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
Yes. So at the beginning of the evaluation, Attorney Todd told me that, hey, there's some things that Carly doesn't like to talk about, so I will have to prompt her. And I told her, that's fine, especially in adolescence and a 15-year-old. When I see patients outside of here, parents are often involved. That's not unheard of. They have to prompt them. That's totally okay. As the evaluation went on, though, it seemed to be significantly more than just simple prompting. It seemed to become very leading questions, close-ended questions, interjecting particular things and redirecting the conversation at specific times. And in my report, which is 85 pages, I do list examples of this, and I can go through that if that's desired. But it did seem excessive, and it seemed like I was being led somewhere in some of the examples.
And what was your opinion as to why you were being led?
I really don't want to speculate as to why a defense attorney might, interject so much. It did seem calculated to me, and like there may be some secondary gain in trying to fool me into believing something. In my experience.
Holy. Okay, slice of life, but understand I haven't really seen everything. So I'm on the fence from what I've heard. I can appreciate it, but I haven't heard of all of it. But wow, did you hear what he just said? He felt that he was being led, trying to be manipulated. That's not good. In your humble opinion, this guy does not have enough experience. That may be true. Oh, hello, Brit. I am replaying some of this guy waiting for today's closing arguments to start. I missed this guy's testimony because I was in and out so much with mom out of town at a meeting. So I'm coming in. I am kind of recapping. Yes. But slice of life, I didn't have to. I had a lovely time with my mom yesterday afternoon. We had a meeting out of town to go to. So I only caught nips and bits of this guy's testimony. So I thought I'd replay it and kind of get more of a grasp of what he said. However, there are some things I really agree with, but I don't know what I don't agree with because I haven't seen it all. So I'm using this time as a filler and for us to kind of get a recap. But your opinion is greatly welcome. Thank you for joining me. I'm Ada K, if you don't know. And I am so blessed to have you here. See, some people, and I say this only because my ex-husband was somewhat in the medical field, and I have a lot of knowledge in the medical field. I'm not a nurse, I'm not a doctor, but I'm very familiar with the processes of everything. And I will have to say, some people think some people's lack of experience um, in some areas disqualify them, but I'm not too sure it does sometimes. You always have a first. You always have the first time you testify. You always have the first 15-year-old. You always have the first whatever. But his training sometimes is more up to date and current than somebody who's been doing it for 50 years and is kind of in that old mindset. Not saying this is happening here. I'm just saying hypothetically. You were impressed until the defense crossed him. Okay, I didn't see that part. Now, I do recall, now that I'm thinking about it, he's pretty young in this field. He's not 60 years old. That said, you can't always negate the newer people in this field because they don't have the experience of the older person, because sometimes we get very relaxed and comfortable in the old method, and we're not willing to accept the new information as well. I don't know. That's just my humble opinion. I don't know what happened. So, but I do know it happens a lot in the medical field. So, we'll see what happens. But slice of my life. Thank you so much for joining. Please subscribe. Very knowledgeable book-wise. And that may be. That may be. Okay, let me see where he goes.
Experience most
I
of
may
the
change
time
my
when
opinion.
patients are experiencing these things, they do not really need a lot of prompting. Most of the time, if they're suffering with severe mental illness,
But guys, none of us are experienced a lot of, you go get your education, you're book smart. You're not what we call street smart yet. Does it always make him right or wrong? Does it make him wrong? That's for the jury to decide.
Auditory hallucinations, these scary dissociative spells, they will volunteer that information usually.
You're welcome.
And be able to tell me
I
very
welcome
vividly
opposing opinions as
without
long as they're
prompting
politely
what they're
exhibited.
suffering with.
And just to be clear, Dr. Pickett, it was not your intention to pick on Attorney Todd, right?
No.
You simply noted that in your report because you found it unusual.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about, during your evaluation and your review of the discovery materials, did you ever find any evidence of drug use by Carly?
Yes. There's a lot of mention from her friends, and which, I try not to put too much weight into that because that can be hearsay, opinion, text messages here and there about substances, but there was a lot of it, which made me think there could be more involved
That's
here.
where I have a problem.
And it seems like that was the.
Okay, we're going to pause this real quick. That's where I have a problem, case one. If he would have come out and said she had one major with a minor, that's fine. But some of these diagnoses you can't infinitively say at this age. You may have tendencies, but some of these you can't diagnose until they're late teens or even in their 20s as adults. And for them to label her so young with some of these very complex issues that only that take time to do, it just did not set well with me in my spirit. And by the way, for those who don't know, I used to work in a state hospital just like this guy described. I worked in a state hospital for the forensically insane and those who were incompetent to withstand trial. And part of the problem is those who are incompetent to withstand trial, they would get them on medication and they would get them stable. They become competent to withstand trial. So they transfer them from the state to the jail. And in the jail, they don't get their medicines because they don't always give that medicine. And they change the medicine or they go without it for 2 or 3 days. And then they become incompetent again. And then they have to come back. It's a horrible revolving door, but I do have experience in that area.
For the conversation on the 19th between her and her mother. So I do think substance abuse is relevant.
Did you also review
the
results
very
of the drug
much
screen,
relevant.
Ms. Gregg?
I did.
Could you tell us what a little bit about that?
Yes. There was a drug screen that was obtained, I believe, at the juvenile center after she was detained, and it tested positive for cannabinoids.
Did you have the opportunity to review the vital core records also?
I got some records from Region 8 afterwards. I did not get the vital records afterwards. Only it may have been in discovery, but by that time, I think I'd already written my reports. And what was in the records, medical records, mental health records after
I've
the
got
fact,
to turn the open sign. I'll
to me,
be
is
right
highly
back.
skeptical. And so I don't necessarily put a lot of weight on what was said after the fact, given the very large suspected secondary gain.
Dr. Pickett, if there were another drug screen in the vital core records that showed the presence of marijuana, what would that indicate to you?
It would indicate that she had used marijuana at some point in the recent history of that drug test.
I want to talk to you about some of the other things, Dr. Pickett, that you relied on in your evaluation of Carly Gregg. May I approach the witness room? I'm giving you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and it does not appear these pages are numbered, so I just kind of want to go through them in order.
Okay.
Does that look like something that you reviewed previously?
Yes.
If you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, what's on the very first page of one of the journals and or sketchbooks or scratch pads from Ms. Gregg's room?
It says water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Fire is circled, and it says, I choose fire. It is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. These are the traits I desire, so I choose fire! Exclamation mark.
And did you consider that whenever you were rendering your ultimate opinion?
I take everything into consideration that I have, that I can. When I look at this in these journals, there's a lot of things in these journals. And I took the time to look through them. And some of them are concerning. Some of them, I question the truthfulness of it. Is it more theatrical? Is it truthful? I think it's hard to know, but I try to use my judgment as I'm reading it in the context. This one seems to me that she writes down in her journal that she desires powerful, beautiful, and deadly.
What were some of the other journal entries that stood out to you, Dr. Pickett?
Can I look at my report, please?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the journals, I think this is the Brown Journal, it says in the beginning.
If he's going to refer back to academic, can you just tell us what page he's referring to?
This would
Okay,
be,
guys, we do have to pause this. We are back in court. They've had a little bit of a jumpy feed, so I apologize in advance. And it's not Trial TV Live. They are phenomenal. Absolutely love Trial TV Live. Oh, she picked her face. Typical teenage acne. This is grandparents. He's like, zip it. I don't know if that's her father. Is that her friend? I don't know who these people are, but I think that could be her biological father there. I'm not sure. Could be an uncle. I don't know who all these people are. Come on, skim, skim. I know she's, what's going to be sad. She's totally, oh, okay, we're up to par now. She's totally, totally lost. Yeah, it was glitchy. Sometimes you just can't help it. Uh-oh. The 911 call. They should. I can't believe they didn't totally wrap that can in tape. They just put a little bit around
All
it.
right, I've been informed all the jurors are here.
Are y'all hearing this?
Sure.
Yeah, they're not on mic. They asked to approach. Come on, baby girl. Did you miss me? Hmm? Come here. Come here, please. I made a palette. There's your good girl. For you, those who don't know, I'm deaf without my hearing aids. I do have a service dog. I'm going to turn my mic down just a little bit. I do have a service dog, and she's right here under the desk. That may be her favorite color. That may be her favorite color. I don't know. They have some nice. That one sailor looking thing looked like from the 80s. Who knows? It may be coming back in style, but all the other dresses have been really well chosen. Does she have a sister? Would it be a half sister? Oh, I guess I can put this up. Not sure. Hello, Miss Ronnie. Hey, Miss Ronnie. Go check your Discord, please. Maybe step, yeah. Oh, I can stop the banner. We're done with that for the moment. Oh, great. I just put a fingerprint on my glasses. Oh, it is so nice to have new glasses. I seriously did not realize how um, poorly my eyes were. Now everything's nice and sharp versus fuzzy is great. I did not realize. Um, there, I don't doubt there's some dissociation there in this. It, no matter what your mental state is, after sitting for days at 15 years of age in court, I can see where some dissociation would happen. This is a very adult arena, very stressful. She is excessively smart, but doesn't mean that she comprehends everything that's being said, and she gets bored. And she's a kid. That's what kids do. So her attorneys have a difficult time, I'm sure, trying to keep her from appearing too happy. But that may be the last bit of interaction they get with her outside of a jail or prison. And part of me is kind of like, let her have it at this point. What she did was heinous and horrible, but she's still a kid. And one thing that confuses me is you're trying her as an adult, but you're keeping her in juvenile. Right now, she's innocent until proven guilty. So I get it. But somebody asked, what will they do after trial if she's found guilty? Depends on the state and the jurisdiction. A lot of times they will let them stay in juvenile until they turn 18, and then they move them up to the prison. They're not going to put a 15-year-old
All right,
girl
anything
in
from the
prison.
state? Defense. Bring them in.
That's right. They got to keep her as possible. And she is going to let her guard down. She's a kid. And I'm surprised they're allowing the family to sit that close. That's too much of a temptation. Excuse me. I didn't get home until midnight, didn't go to sleep until 3 a.m., and I was up and ready to go at 7. So I'm a little tired. Yes, they can keep her safe and solitary. However, And like I said, in some states, they don't go to prison on their 18th birthday, they're gone. So it'll be interesting to see when they do, if
All
she's
right, ladies and
convicted and they
gentlemen,
do the
jury, did everyone
sentencing where
follow
they're
the
going to
court's
put her.
instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves, did anyone go do any independent research or allow themselves to be permitted to view any news accounts or social media accounts? Anyone fall in that category? Everyone's shaking their head in the negative. I'm about to give you the jury instructions. I've done this more times than I can count over the last 20, 25 years of my life. Sometimes I hear these instructions in my sleep, but I couldn't sit down and write them all out for you from scratch, I don't believe. You're going to have the instructions to take back with you. So just sit there and listen. You will have the instructions to take back with you to read during your deliberations, okay? All right, members of the jury, you have heard all the testimony and received the evidence in the course of this trial. When you took your places in the courtroom, you made an oath to follow and apply the instructions of the court regarding the law. The court will now instruct you as to the rules of law, which you will use and apply to the evidence in deliberating your verdict. You are not to single out one instruction alone as stating the law, but you must consider these instructions as a whole. Neither are you to be concerned with the wisdom of each
I
rule
do
of law.
too.
Regardless of
get
any
him?
opinion you may
I
have
got a
as to
gnat.
what the law
Nope.
ought to be, it would be a violation of your sworn duty to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in these instructions by the court. If in stating the law to you I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same in varying ways, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw. Let's hold down the talk in the audience.
Oh.
If in stating the law to you I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same in varying ways, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inference therefrom. The order in which these instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. It is your function to determine the facts in this case and to consider and weigh the evidence for that purpose. You are to apply the law to the facts and in this way decide the case. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony and statements of the witnesses, any stipulations made by the attorneys, and any exhibits admitted into evidence.
We'll talk about it in
You
a
are also
minute,
permitted
Ronnie.
to draw such reasonable inferences from the evidence as seem justified in the light of your own experience. It is your prerogative to determine what weight and what credibility will be assigned the testimony and supporting evidence of each witness in this case. You're required and expected to use your good common sense and sound
I thought the
judgment
same
in
thing
considering and
a couple
weighing the
days ago.
testimony of each witness who has
That was
testified.
good.
You should not
I
be
was too
influenced
afraid
by
to say it.
bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. From time to time during the trial, it has been my duty as judge to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourselves with the reasons for the court's rulings, since they are controlled and governed by rules of law. You should not infer from any ruling by the court on these motions or objections to the evidence that the court or the judge has any opinion on the merits favoring one side or the other. You should not speculate as to possible answers to questions which the court did not require to be answered. Further, you should not draw any inference from the content of these questions. You are to disregard all evidence which was excluded by the court from consideration during the course of the trial. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent. This presumption places upon the state of Mississippi the burden of proving the defendant guilty of every material element of the crime with which she is charged. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the state must prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. The verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it will be necessary that each juror agree thereto. In other words, all 12 jurors must agree on any verdict in this case. It is your duty as jurors to consult
Thank
with
you
one
for
another
joining.
and to deliberate
Leave
in
some
view of
DNA,
reaching an agreement if you
please.
can do so without violence to your individual judgment. Each of you must decide for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberation, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced that it is erroneous, but do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. The court instructs the jury that the defendant has a constitutional right not to testify at trial. You should not draw any inference from the defendant's failure to testify. The defendant's failure to testify should not in any way be considered by you during the course of your deliberations. The court instructs the jury that you have heard testimony from expert witnesses. Persons who by education and experience have become an expert in some field may state their opinion on matters in that field and may also state their reasons for the opinion. Expert opinion testimony should be judged just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it, and you may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience, the reasons given for the opinion, and all other evidence in this case. You are instructed that the indictment creates no inference of guilt, and the fact that the defendant was indicted shall not be considered as evidence against him by the jury, and no inference of guilt can be drawn therefrom. You must not base your verdict solely on the number of witnesses for either
They may have
party.
been able to keep it out for whatever
The
reason.
defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, has been charged by indictment in count 1 with the crime of first-degree murder, in count 2 with the crime of attempted murder, and in count 3 with the crime of tampering with physical evidence. Count 1. The court instructs the jury that the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, has been charged in the indictment with the crime of first-degree murder. You find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that on about the 19th day of March 2024 in Rankin County, Mississippi, the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, did willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law kill and murder Ashley Smylie, a human being. With deliberate design to effect the death of Ashley Smylie, then you shall find the defendant guilty as charged in count 1. If the state has failed to prove any one or more of the above listed elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty as charged in count 1 of the indictment. The court instructs the jury that the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, has been charged in the indictment with the crime of attempted murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that on about the 19th day of March 2024 in Rankin County, Mississippi, the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously attempt to kill Heath Smylie, a human being, but failed to complete the act, then you shall find the defendant guilty as charged in count 2. If the state has failed to prove any one or more of the above listed elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Count 3, the court instructs the jury that the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, has been charged in the indictment with the crime of tampering with physical evidence. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that on about the 19th day of March 2024 in Rankin County,
Very
Mississippi,
smart decision
the
that they
defendant,
did not.
Carly Madison Gregg, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously intentionally destroy, mutilate, conceal, remove, or alter physical evidence with intent to impair its use, verity, or availability in the pending criminal investigation or prospective official proceeding, then you shall find the defendant guilty as charged in count 3. If the state has failed to prove any one or more of the above listed elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty as charged in count 3 of the indictment. The court
He's
instructs
there.
the jury
He's on
that
the
there's a
very end.
presumption that
I
an
saw him when
accused
they
is sane,
panned.
and therefore the burden is initially on the accused to introduce evidence which creates a reasonable doubt as to her sanity at the time of the act. However, once the defendant has created a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's sanity, it is the burden of the state to present sufficient evidence to prove the defendant's sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. The court instructs the jury that the following is the definition of insanity in Mississippi. Insanity exists when at the time of committing the act, the accused was laboring under such defect of reason from disease of mind as 1, to not know the nature and quality of the act she was doing, or 2, if she did know the nature and quality of the act, she did not know that what she was doing was wrong. The court instructs the jury that if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence, then you must find the defendant guilty of count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence, unless the state of Mississippi has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time the defendant committed the crimes of count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence. In order to prove the defendant was the defendant sane at the commission of the crimes of count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of the commission of the crimes of count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence, the defendant had the mental capacity to realize and appreciate the nature and quality of her acts and to distinguish between right and wrong with reference to the act she committed. If after considering all of the evidence in this case, you find that the state state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes in count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, attempted murder, and count 3, tampering with physical evidence, then your verdict must be not guilty by reason of insanity. The court instructs the jury that if you find that the defendant, when sober, is capable of distinguishing between right and wrong, and the defendant voluntarily deprives herself of the ability to distinguish between right and wrong by reason of becoming intoxicated and commits an offense while in that condition, she is criminally responsible for such acts. The court instructs the jury that when all 12 of you reach and agree upon a verdict as to the indictment, you shall return the verdict to the court in one of the following forms. Count 1. Should you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, then state your verdict in one of the following forms. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that the defendant has since been restored to reason. Close quote. Or, quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that she has not been restored to her reason and is a danger to the community. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. Close quotes. Count 2. Should you find the defendant guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, then state your verdict in one of the following forms. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that the defendant has since been restored to reason. Close quotes. Or, quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that she has not been restored to her reason and is a danger to the community. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty of attempted murder, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of attempted murder. Count 3. Should you find the defendant guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, then state your verdict in one of the following forms. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that the defendant has since been restored to reason. Close quotes. Or, quote, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that she has not been restored to her reason and is a danger to the community. Close quotes. Should you find the defendant not guilty of tampering with evidence, then state your verdict as follows. Quote, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of tampering with evidence. Close quotes. Write your verdicts on a clean, separate sheet of paper. It is not necessary that you sign the verdicts. Counsel for both sides will now have an opportunity to address you and make their closing or final arguments. The arguments, statements, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law, but they are not evidence. The attorneys in making these arguments to you will be commenting upon the testimony that you have heard and the evidence that has been presented in this case. They, as you, will be recalling the evidence that has been presented. They should not intentionally try to mislead you. However, if their recollection of the evidence differs from what your recollection is, you must follow your own recollection. If any argument, statement, or remark has no basis in the evidence, then you should disregard that argument, statement, or remark. Jury instructions will be on the bench in front of the court. If either side needs them, you can come get them. If you use them, return them in the same order you picked them up in. Closing arguments on behalf of the state. Mr. Shipley, you'll keep time.
May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Ms. Todd stood before you on Monday in her opening statement and told you this is not a case about who did it. And in fact, all of the evidence that you've seen tells you exactly that. It's not a case about who did it. You haven't seen one shred of evidence in this case that what happened on March 19th, 2024 was caused by anyone other than Carly Madison Gregg. The defense also told you during opening statements on Monday that the state wants you to leave your common sense at the door, that they want you to tie it up in a bucket and leave it at the door. Ladies and gentlemen, all we want you to do in this case is use your common sense. And in fact, that's what Judge Arthur just instructed you to do in the very first jury instruction. And I want to talk about a few of these jury instructions with you real quick. But in jury instruction number 1, which you'll have back in the room with you, on the second page, he instructs you, you're required and expected to use your good common sense and sound, honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the state, all we want you to do is to go back there and use your good common sense and your sound, honest judgment. And again, I don't believe that you've heard one shred of evidence throughout this entire week that the person who shot Ashley Smylie was in fact Carly Madison Gregg. The person who shot and attempted to kill Heath Smylie was Carly Madison Gregg. And the person who took down the camera from the kitchen and hid it in the refrigerator behind some water bottles was Carly Madison Gregg. Now, Judge Arthur also read you the elements of the crimes. And again, you'll have this information back there with you in the jury instructions. It's jury instruction number 8. And I kind of want to go down because as a simple person myself, I like to kind of have a roadmap as to where I'm going. So I like to be able to look at things and see them on paper. And that's exactly what these jury instructions provide you, kind of a roadmap to help guide you in your deliberations. So I want to talk about count 1, which is the first degree murder. And there's 3 elements here that it has listed. And the very first one says that on about the 19th day of March, 2024 in Rankin County, Mississippi. That's the first thing you have to find. Ladies and gentlemen, all the testimony has been that this happened on March 19th, 2024. You heard from Deputy Hunter Lewis, who was the first deputy who arrived on the scene there, that he was called out that day, that he received a call from dispatch to respond to 214 Ashton Way, which is in the Farmington Station subdivision off of Old Fannin Road. And you heard Mr. Kevin Collins, the 911 dispatcher, who told you that the call out came on that day at that time about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And you heard them tell you that obviously Farmington Station is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. So there's no question as to that first part of the element there. As to number 2, that the defendant Carly Madison Gregg did willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law kill and murder Ashley Smylie, a human being. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard from Mr. Cliff Dunlap, the deputy coroner, who told you that the manner and cause of death in this case was found to be 3 gunshot wounds to the head, and that it was found to be homicide, and that the victim was indeed identified as Miss Ashley Smylie. The last part there is that she did it with deliberate design to affect the death of Ashley Smylie, the victim. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that in the state of Mississippi, when it talks about deliberate design, that it's simply talking about an intent to kill. An intent to kill the victim, Ashley Smylie, that she did this with an intent to kill. And I would further submit to you that the use of a deadly weapon is an intent to kill. Whenever you aim a deadly weapon, a pistol, a .357 revolver, at someone's head and you shoot 3 times, that's certainly an intent to kill. Now, again, it's not a case about who did it. And I'll show you some of the video here in just a second. But let's think about what happened that day. So you remember from the video, you saw from the garage, you heard several witnesses talk about it, that earlier that day, Mr. Bennett Germany and another friend, Sarah Catherine Rayleigh, who the defense put on the stand yesterday, you heard from them, and they said they devised this plan to go talk to Ashley, to go talk to Carly's mom, because they were worried about Carly. They were good friends. They were worried about Carly, and they were worried about her drug use, her use of burner phones. And I just want to be clear, ladies, this is not a case about marijuana and whether or not she was smoking marijuana. This is a case about whether or not she was intoxicated, voluntary intoxicated. You heard me talk to Dr. Clark about that she would, one of these times that she says she has one of these events where she supposedly zoned out. That in fact, what happened was that she went and smoked marijuana. It could have been any drug, but it was just marijuana. And she zoned out, and she had this event where supposedly she says that she, fell out on the floor and whatever happened. And she did that after her mom and Heath left one day and went to the grocery store. But I just want to be clear, it's not a case about marijuana. It's simply a case about, her actions. And so Bennett and Sarah Catherine, they devised this plan. They're going to tell Miss Smylie. Well, obviously, you heard testimony that one of the things that Miss Smylie was worried about was her daughter, Carly, the love of her life. You heard that she had another daughter who died at a very young age from some type of genetic disorder that she had. So you got Carly here. She's the love of Ashley's life. Obviously, she's disappointed, probably a little bit sad, probably worried for her daughter. And the last thing that she wants her to do, according to the defense, is turn into her dad, right? Her biological dad, who you've heard about, who obviously liked to use a lot of drugs, abuse a lot of drugs. So at some point, she confronts Carly. She searches her backpack, whether in the car, on the ride home, or at the school. And then you see them get home, and you heard Dr. Pickett talk about it yesterday, that the situation seemed a little bit tense, right? That they get out of the car in their garage. You don't hear, they're not talking to each other. And they go in, you see Ashley put her coat and her phone down on the bar there in the kitchen, and she proceeds directly to the side of the house where Carly's room is located, presumably to start searching through Carly's room, right? And so you see Carly kind of walk back and forth. You see her walk there to the living room area and kind of listen to see what her mom's doing. At some point, she eventually takes the dogs out, right? I don't know what happened while she was outside, ladies and gentlemen, but at some point, whenever she was outside, she made up her mind, if not long before. We'll talk about that in a second, her conversations with her friend from MSMS, Thad, that you heard from. But at some point outside, she makes up her mind exactly what she's going to do. And she comes back in from taking out the dogs. She walks there to that living room area, kind of listens to see if her mom's still in her room. And then without hesitation, she walks, as Dr. Pickett said, to the side of the house, her mom and Heath's bedroom, where this pistol is located. She knows it's located there. Now, they want you to believe that from the time she brought the dogs back in or took the dogs out, that she blacked out at that point. You heard me ask Dr. Clark. Well, from the time she took out the dogs to the time she was arrested by Deputy Shack, who you also heard from, that she was blacked out in that period. Well, that's a real convenient time to be blacked out, right? And so she brings the dogs back in, and she goes directly to her mom's room and Heath's room, and she retrieves this pistol. And you see her walk back across the screen. Well, when she gets there, she looks around the corner into the kitchen to make sure that her mom hasn't come out of her room, knowing exactly what she's doing. Cool, calm, calculated, and callous. She walks directly. She proceeds to her room, and a couple seconds later, you hear the shots. Boom, boom. You hear 2 shots within 3 seconds of each other. You've seen the pictures. You heard Dr. Pickett testify yesterday. 2 well-placed shots right to the side of Miss Smylie's head, a relatively small target. And then a couple seconds later, boom, you hear a 3rd shot right under the chin. And we believe it's right under the chin is the 3rd shot. We know it's right under the chin. We believe it's the 3rd shot. You heard Deputy Investigator Burnell talk about the stippling, the powder burn around the shot, right? And he tells you that based off his training and experience, that that shot had to be within 36 inches because that's when you see stippling. The powder that comes out that's still ignited, that doesn't have time to burn, and it burns right here on Miss Smylie's face. And then what does she do? Immediately, you'll see on the video that happens at 4:14 p.m. Immediately, she comes back in. She gets on her mom's phone. She has the wherewithal to enter her mom's code onto her phone and to text someone specific. And that someone specific was her stepdad, Heath Smylie. And you'll see that text message was sent within the same minute, 4:14, that she shot and killed her mom. And what did she say to him? Something to the effect of, "When are you going to be home, honey?" And it's perfect grammar. The comma's in the right place right before honey. Right? She knows exactly what she's doing. She comes in there. She knows exactly where the camera is. She comes. She's got the gun hidden behind her. She slides down into the chair, and you hear her put it down on the bar stool. You can hear it whenever you get back to the jury room. You'll be able to hear that. She puts it down. You hear Dr. Pickett talk about, she's got the wherewithal to know exactly where the dogs are. The dog walks behind her. You'll see it. He walks behind her, and she knows let me make sure he doesn't knock the gun off. Right? At some point, she begins text messaging her friend. She shoots her mom at 4:14. Then she invites her friend from school, who you heard from, Brooke. She invites Brooke over. You'll see the messages between her and Brooke. They're in evidence. And you'll see where Brooke texts her at 4:58, basically 45 minutes later, and says, "I'm here." Brooke had no clue what she was about to walk into. Carly meets her at the door, says something to the effect of, "Have you ever seen or are you squeamish of dead bodies?" Well, Brooke says, "I don't know. I've never seen a dead body." Not thinking that there's a dead body currently in the house. Right? Carly's walking around with the gun. Carly leads her back to the room and shows her dead mom, who's got her arms crossed over, who's been posed. Right? She's posed her mom at this point. She's put her arms across her. She's put a red towel over her face. Again, cool, calm, and calculated. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly who to reach out to during this time. She's reaching out to all of her friends. You heard from multiple friends that she reached out to. You heard from her friend Thad, who she was texting, and actually before they text, she calls him on FaceTime. And what does she tell him? Well, she tells him, and excuse my language, "I fucked up." Right? Well, how do you know you messed up if you don't know what you did? She knew what she did. She knew the difference between right and wrong. So she obviously tells Thad, but she can't tell him what she did. She knows she can't tell him over the phone. Well, then, being a good friend and being worried, Thad begins to text her after they get off the phone. And they're messaging. Well, of course, in the meantime, she's walking back and forth in and out of her room where her mom's located. She's walking back and forth. She's sending messages to multiple other friends. And Thad is messaging her, but he can't get a response. And he says, "I'm worried about you. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to call 911. And she says, "You can't do that." Why? Why can't you call 911? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And she doesn't want 911 over there because she's about to try to kill Heath. And she doesn't want 911 over there because it's going to ruin her plan. Right? Knowing the difference between right and wrong. And you heard me, I very specifically asked Dr. Clark, you render the opinion that she could not appreciate the difference between right and wrong. Right? Well, you heard Dr. Pickett and Dr. Gugliano testify yesterday. That's not the standard in Mississippi. In fact, there's an instruction in here that defines, it's jury instruction number 10, that defines exactly what insanity is. And it goes on down there, and it says that the accused was laboring under such defective reason from disease of mind as to not know the nature and quality of the act she was doing, or two, if she did know the nature and quality of the act she was doing. She did not know what she was doing was wrong. It's not appreciated.
For those of you who are just joining me, thank you so much. I'm going to take a quick pause here. I often have deaf people hop in and out. I had a friend hop in for a minute, so I'm interpreting. I'm not going to interpret when I don't have a deaf person listening. But if you know anybody who's deaf and hard of hearing who knows ASL, I will be happy to interpret for them.
Appreciate. The standard in Mississippi is not that you appreciate the difference between right and wrong. She knew what she was doing was wrong. Look at all of her actions. Sneaking around the house, calling over the friends, knowing not to tell the friends over the phone what she did. SK that they called in yesterday, her friend. You know, what does she say? Dr. Pickett talked about it. Well, she says, I'll tell you tomorrow if I see you.
Hey,
Well,
that
why would
is
I not see you
America.
tomorrow?
Thank you for joining.
Well, because I'm going to be in jail probably. Right? She knew what she did was wrong. She tells her friend, Brooke, whenever Brooke comes over, she says, I put 3 in my mom, and I've got 3 more in here for Heath whenever he gets home. Right? I'm going to take care of him. 3 more what? 3 more bullets in the gun. She texted her friend, Bennett, tried to call him, did call him, text him, and he tells her, of course, again, he's a good friend too. He's worried about her. Same one that told her mom what had been going on, that he was worried about her. Trying to do the right thing. He tells her, don't hurt yourself or anyone else. Don't harm yourself or anyone else. What does she say? Too late. Again, knowing the difference between right and wrong. You saw the video from Deputy Shack, and they want you to believe that he did something wrong because he muted his body cam or whatever he did. He told you that whenever he got Carly out of the back of his car and the other deputy started performing the GSR test on Carly's hands, which you saw them doing there, being as nice as all get out to her, right? Baby, are you okay? You heard him say that his involvement in the case was over. He never went in the house. He didn't transport her to jail or anywhere else. They want you to believe that him muting the body cam was him doing something wrong. He told you that his involvement was done and over at that time. Now, I want to play just a short clip of the video for you before my time's up.
Yeah, Kristen, I only got about 4, maybe 5 hours sleep. But I thought it looked pretty decent. I got the yawnies. Sorry. Oh, I'm the type of person that yawns a lot in the morning. Especially my mom left her key in the car. I feel for the dogs. They are definitely distressed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She is singing. I'm deaf, so I don't hear. That's the first time. Whoa. Okay, they're blacking it because there's a minor that entered the home. Oh, look at her. She's having a hard time accepting this.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that Carly Madison Gregg is the one who killed her mom, Ashley Smylie. There's no doubt that she attempted to kill Heath Smylie when she aimed the gun right at his head and
She
shot
called a
and hit
friend.
him in the shoulder. And there's no doubt
Texted
that she's
her
the one
stepfather.
who hid the camera, thus tampering with evidence in the refrigerator. And we would ask you that you go back there and you find her guilty of all three, because she was not insane at the time that this happened. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew the difference between right and wrong.
Now they'll get to come back and finish. Now the defense is going to get up, and then the state will come back and do their rebuttal.
All right, closing by the defense.
May we begin? Good morning. I know it's been a long week for all of you guys, and I know you're tired of coming here every day, but I want to take a minute and talk about why the state has the burden of proof that they have, the highest burden of proof that our law allows, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. A lot of people think that having that high of a burden is there because it's supposed to protect the defendants in criminal cases. But in fact, I think it protects the jurors just the same, if not more, than it does the defendant, because making the state prove every element of their case beyond a reasonable doubt is what's going to keep each of you from waking up in the middle of the night. The decisions that you make today will not just affect Carly Gregg, it will affect her entire family. And it's a heavy burden to carry. So I want to take a few minutes and talk about the truth. The truth is rarely pure and never simple. That's what Oscar Wilde said. Let's talk about what is undisputed in this case. It is undisputed that Carly loved her mom. You never heard the testimony of one person in this case who said otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly had no history of violence prior to March 19th. Nothing you heard. There is no evidence that tells you otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly Gregg loved her stepdad. In fact, he was the only dad she really ever had. No one told you otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly Gregg believed her father had a mental illness, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. Carly was afraid of her dad. She knew he was an unsuccessful man. She knew he was abusive. She didn't like being around him. She didn't want to be like him. It's also undisputed that that's something Carly worried about all the time, because that's something her mom worried about all the time. Her mom frequently worried that Carly was going to end up with the same mental illnesses that her dad had, because they're hereditary. It is undisputed that Carly had been experiencing serious mental health issues for quite some time prior to the events of March 19th. She had bulimia for 2 years. She had intrusive thoughts. She had racing thoughts. She had engaged in self-harm behaviors. Carly had anxiety. She had been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, and she had developed trouble sleeping for months prior to March 19th. Moreover, we have her journal entry from April 7th of 2023 in which she writes down, "Do I have schizophrenia?" We have Carly's other journal entries prior to March 19th, including her journal entry on March 12th, which you'll have back there in there with you, and I implore you to read, in which Carly writes down and says, "Am I having a psychotic break?" Talking about the voices in her head. We heard the testimony of SK, and that testimony came out on cross-examination, not with me on direct, but with the prosecutor on cross, that yes, Carly did in fact tell somebody prior to March 19th that she'd been hearing voices in her head. And who did she tell? The person she was most likely to tell, her very best friend, who told us that they told each other everything. Now, it is also undisputed that Carly's mental health issues worsened by December of 2023 to the point that her parents sought medical intervention and put her in counseling and got her on an antidepressant. And I want to take a minute and break that decision down, because we've spent a lot of time in this case talking about Carly and her mom and how much they loved each other. But I want to break down the decision a mom is making to put her child on an antidepressant at that point. What did we know about Ashley Smylie? That she was an incredibly loving mother. Her world revolved around Carly. What Michael just told you was true. Carly was the love of her mother's life. We also know that Carly's mom was overprotective, and understandably so, because she had lost a child. Carly was the only child she had left. Do you honestly believe that loving, overprotective mother would make a decision to put her child on an antidepressant medication when she herself had had horrible side effects when placed on Prozac? She had become suicidal. Do you think that mother would have taken any risk with her child, the only child she had left, knowing how serious those risks were, when she decided to put her 14-year-old on an antidepressant medication? No, of course she wouldn't. That tells you everything you need to know.
Thank you,
about
slice
the
of my life.
serious issues Carly was having, whether her parents wanted to admit it, whether Carly wanted to admit it or not. You can't
Maybe
tell
he
me
was afraid she shoot
Ashley
him.
Smylie, as loving and protective as she was, would have taken that risk with Carly if it wasn't required. Now, knowing all this, it's also undisputed by Rebecca Kirk, the only medical professional who spent more than a day with Carly that you heard from in this case, who had treated Carly from January of 2024 to March of 2024, a 3-month period of time, that Carly was a sweet, gifted child with no history of violence. Ms. Kirk also called the taking the knife to school incident much ado about nothing. She told us that it was evident that Carly loved her mom, wanted to please her mom, and was worried about stressing her mom out, to the point that Carly walked on eggshells, trying not to upset her mom. She told us a story about how at one point Carly saw her mom having to grade a bunch of tests, being stressed out, and Carly wanted to help. So she asked her mom if she could help her grade the test. And when Ashley snapped back, which is something parents sometimes do when they're stressed out and a child catches you at the wrong moment, that hurt Carly's feelings so much, that was the only thing that Rebecca Kirk could pull out of her when she was trying to get Carly to open up about traumatic experiences she had had. Just having a mom snap at you was traumatic to Carly. How could Carly tell her mom she was experiencing the same mental health issues that her dad had. How could any 14-year-old? It's also undisputed from Ms. Kirk herself that she knew there was more going on with Carly than Carly was disclosing. And she worked very hard at that last session trying to pull it out of Carly, to the point that she thought, maybe I should refer them to somebody else because there's more here than I can get to. We've heard the testimony of Carly's stepfather.
I have to stop here. Is this child wearing a vest? Look at it, white here. I've noticed it. It's white here, but look at this white here. This is too thick to be a t-shirt. Is this child wearing a vest? I know sometimes they put defendants like this in vests. That's why I'm asking. I just noticed how thick it was.
Who has no reason to defend this child. It's not his biological child. He was very much in love with his wife. They were still in the honeymoon phase. You heard him on that 911 call.
I've seen it other
In
days.
shock,
but
in
I'm
grief,
sure.
and in pain. You heard his testimony about feeling intimidated
Scared.
regarding his testimony in this case.
Under
Despite
it,
all of that,
it's white.
he has continued to tell the truth consistently from March 19th until his testimony in this courtroom today, and he continues to stand by Carly to this day and support her. And he said, yeah, I've noticed that Carly was experiencing memory lapses in the fall of 2023. It was bizarre. I noticed that Carly was losing track of time.
Okay, what suggested for you on people's researches and YouTube? Thank you. But see what I mean? White. See how thick that is? And right there underneath. And it is not unusual for them
It
to
was
do
bizarre. They knew Carly wasn't able to sleep. They were worried about how much melatonin she was taking to try to sleep at night. We heard from Dr. Pickett how that all correlates with bipolar disorder.
The white is?
It is undisputed from the testimony of the minors who testified in this courtroom today, this week, that Carly had only started smoking marijuana in February. It is also undisputed by the testimony in this case and the records
Could be,
we
but
put
it's
in
awfully
evidence from
thick.
Vital Core, which you'll have back there with you, and I hope you'll look at, that it was only after Carly was finally put on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, that the voices stopped and her mental health issues decreased. The crying spells, the depression, the low lows.
Hey, Mary Kay.
Only after the antipsychotic medication. And why? Well, we heard from the medical professionals why. In the words of Dr. Clark, when you have a child experiencing psychotic issues, you have to stabilize their mood before an antidepressant can be effective. And if you don't stabilize their mood, then the antidepressant can do more harm than good. And that's exactly what happened to Carly Gregg on March 19th. We heard the video from the garage cam of Heath Smylie coming home on March 19th. We heard those feral screams that Carly made the whole time.
Come place.
And we heard the testimony of Mr. Smylie that he was so convinced by the state of terror Carly was in that after she left that house and he was wounded and bleeding, he walked around the house with the handgun looking for the intruder that he believed was there based on the state of terror Carly was in. We heard the screams. You can't fake that. You can't make that terror up. Carly has consistently reported to everyone that the last thing she remembered on March 19th was taking the dogs out, and the next thing she remembered
Depends on how it's
crawling
fitted.
through a sewer filled with water.
I have
And I
two.
personally believe that it was the cold water that brought Carly back out of it and back to herself, the shock of it.
But it does appear.
the state would have you believe that Carly intended to kill her mom
And it
on
also
March
depends on the
19th, when
material of the
Carly
dress
didn't even know
up against the
during the
vest.
evaluations that her friends had sought to intervene because they believed that what they saw from Carly was
I just see how thick it looks there because of the way she's sitting. She doesn't have any up front. I noticed the other day she didn't have this white, but yesterday she did, I think. And then, but today, because this is verdict and sentencing, um, I mean, this is going to verdict. A lot of times people can get emotional and do stupid stuff, but she looks a little more thick up here than she has been as well. Just my observation doesn't mean it is. I'm just noticing there's a difference.
due to marijuana use that started in February rather than
They're not
symptoms
supposed
of
to
a
have
mental
any
illness
prison garb
that they
on,
could not know about.
normal clothes, under or
That story
any
just
way.
doesn't track.
Could be a jumpsuit.
Because for the genius kid that Carly has been repeatedly described as,
Could
don't you
be.
think she would have known if she intended to do what she did on March 19th, where the camera was in the kitchen, and that she ought to take it down before it films her doing everything she did? Because I didn't make a 30 on my ACT, but I would have known to do that. That doesn't sound like the actions of a smart kid who was intending to do anything. If Carly intended to kill her mom because her mom found out she was smoking pot, then why wouldn't she have left the house after she killed her mom? Why not run then? Why call all of her good friends asking for help, terrified, crying, saying she
Okay.
couldn't tell them what happened? Why text her stepdad anything? Why wait in the house? And what did her stepdad have to do with anything? He didn't know about the marijuana usage. He didn't have any skin in that game. It doesn't make sense. And the state can't tell you why she did any of those things. But they have to prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, no one, not her stepdad, not her counselors, not Dr. Clark, who was teaching psychiatry at Harvard while Dr. Pickett was still in medical school, believed that Carly was a sociopath or a psychopath.
Okay.
Even
I
Dr.
believe you,
Pickett
case
said
one.
that was going too far. The state put on the testimony of BW, who is the only person who told us anything about Carly making a statement about shooting her mom, and she had 3 more for her stepdad. I didn't hear that statement from the law enforcement officers that interviewed her. I heard it from the prosecutor. But I also heard from the prosecutor that BW was a little bit of an unreliable witness because she answered the first question of, where did Carly get marijuana from? I don't know. To have to answer immediately with the follow-up question, well, isn't it true that you bought it and gave it to her? Yeah, that's true. So that tells us right there, we've got a little bit of an unreliable witness. Now, we also had Dr. Pickett, who gave us his opinion. But Dr. Pickett admitted that he had no experience whatsoever in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. He had never evaluated a child before Carly. He had never testified in a criminal case before, and he had never qualified as an expert before in anything, in any criminal case before this
There's
one.
always a first. Doesn't mean you're wrong.
So I have a hard time accepting Dr. Pickett's opinion that, especially when he is discounting the diagnosis of a doctor who diagnosed Carly's father with bipolar disorder, and the reason that Dr. Pickett told us that he discounted this other doctor's diagnosis was because that doctor had only seen Kevin Gregg 3 times. Well, Dr. Pickett saw him 0 times, but yet he's able to undiagnose him and re-diagnose him. I mean,
Your
if Dr.
pitch is too
Pickett
high, honey.
can diagnose or undiagnose someone without ever seeing them, he's going to have a hell of a career. And even though Dr. Pickett denied having a preconceived bias going into this case, I couldn't help but realize he had memorized all the medication that Kevin Gregg was on that he believed contributed to Kevin Gregg just being a drug addict, but he somehow missed the 3 antipsychotic medications that Kevin Gregg had been on. That Mr. Gregg had been prescribed for his bipolar disorder and possibly schizophrenia. But you know what? Those facts didn't fit his story, so no need to include them. And I actually couldn't stop thinking about that. Why was it that he memorized the medications he believed were easy for people to abuse and become addicted to, but just couldn't remember at all the 3 antipsychotic medications that Mr. Gregg was on at the same time? That stood out to me, who's not a doctor and who doesn't have training in this field. I had to go Google those drugs to learn they were antipsychotics. And then I realized when I was looking at Dr. Pickett's CV, which we also put into evidence, and I'll hope you look at, that he served as a Hinds County Sheriff's deputy for 3 years prior to going to medical school. And it made sense. Dentist diagnosis made sense to me, because when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Ooh, snap.
I hope that seeing all the people
Yes.
who knew and loved Carly the best prior to March 19th, her friends, her maternal grandparents, her stepfather, her counselor, I hope seeing that they still love and support Carly Gregg after March 19th tells you everything you need to know about the incident that occurred on March 19th, that wasn't Carly. Because if it was, why would the parents of those friends still let their daughter call Carly? Why would they be here testifying for her? And let's talk about Miss Amy's kid.
Wow.
The easiest story she could have told would have been, I shot my mom and stepdad because my stepdad had been molesting me for years. My mom knew about it and said nothing. And people would have bought it all day long. That's a convenient lie. And it would have served her all day long at the expense of her mom and her stepdad. That's the easier story to tell. But that's not what Carly said. Carly told the hard truth about her mental health issues. A truth that these are rare and it's happening, but that this happens often when you put kids on the wrong medication, when they already have these underlying significant mental health disorders and they get treated with the wrong medication. This is what can happen. I hope none of us are ever judged by the worst moments of our life, but rather by our lives as a whole. And I think when you step back and you look at the facts of this case as a whole,
Any further time will be deducted on the
Okay.
back.
and when you look at the facts of this case as a whole, and the picture of who Carly Gregg is as a person on a whole, you will see that this was not a bad kid. This was not a kid who was enraged. This was not a kid who had hatred in her heart for her mother or her stepfather. In fact, the exact opposite. This was a kid who was experiencing significant mental health issues, the same mental health issues that ran in her family and that we know are hereditary. This is the kid who was compliant with the medication she was put on. However, that medication, without anyone being able to tell beforehand, caused her symptoms to worsen. And while she was having a state of psychosis in an episode of acute stress on March 19th, she lost herself in what was the perfect storm. I am asking you, for those reasons, to please find Carly Gregg not guilty by reason of insanity and finally quell this storm for Carly and her family. No one will understand this case and no one has heard this case the way that you have. And passing judgment on another person is a heavy burden to bear. And I'm sorry that it falls on you. But please consider what is at stake in this case for this child and this family before you rush to judgment and render your verdict. Look at those documents, consider the testimony. Search your heart for what you know about this child from the picture painted by her of all the people that knew her best. And you tell me, what was the intent? You tell me why someone who intended and had planned to murder someone wouldn't have taken the camera she knew was in the kitchen and was easy to see down before she did anything, especially when she was a genius. I mean, that's not the actions of a diabolical, evil genius, leaving camera footage up for everyone to see, crawling through a sewer instead of just running away, calling friends for help, friends who could later testify about what happened. Again, I ask you to search your hearts and remember the undisputed truths in this case. Thank you.
That's the other thing. If she didn't know right from wrong, she wouldn't have run.
Mr. Camp, 17 minutes.
Thank you.
Won't start the clock until you have everything set up and you're ready then.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Okay, we've been doing this since Monday, so I know y'all are probably as tired as I am. This was always going to be a very difficult case, and it's going to be difficult because the issues that we're dealing with is difficult because we're in part of a realm of the law and everything where you've been hearing a case all week and the defendant has basically said she's guilty. And so there's not an issue of guilt in this case. As we said from the get-go, this is not a who did it case. This is why it happened. Okay, what's going on? That's what you have to make the determinations is what's going on in Carly's mind as all this stuff is happening. And that's the difficult part because you don't get to just look at the video and say, she did it, because most cases, that's what you're doing. And it's an easy decision because you're looking at it and you simply see who did what, how they did it, and that's it. Now, in this case, because we're dealing with her mental state, we're having to get inside her mind and understand what's going on and how that's all working. And that's what this case has always been about from the get-go. It's never been about who did it. One of the things that I wanted to talk with you just a little bit about is in this case, you had one psychologist, two psychiatrists. And both of the psychiatrists were forensic psychiatrists. The psychologist was a forensic psychologist. And you had the two psychiatrists gave very different opinions. And some of the things that I wanted to point out on that is you have one of the doctors, which is Dr. Pickett. It was his first time ever being qualified as an expert. First time testifying. He just got certified a year ago. And then you have an opinion of somebody who has even a higher degree, and that's Dr. Clark. And Dr. Clark is board certified in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry. which means he deals with kids. He deals with teenagers. He knows the nuances of how that works. If you listen to Dr. Pickett, and Dr. Pickett was 100% correct on this, he can do evaluations on everybody. But the problem is he doesn't know the nuances of the kids and the adolescents. And we're dealing with an adolescent. Carly was 14 when this happened. She turned 15 in jail. As all of y'all know, things are changing in people's bodies at those ages. They're growing, they're becoming adults. You have a lot of different things going on. All those things have to be taken into consideration when you're coming up with the decisions, or when you're coming up with how to do an evaluation on a person. And that's why you need that specialized knowledge, is to know what's going on in teenagers. Dr. Clark gave you a very precise reason of how all this happened, why it happened. And he said it was a difficult case to look at. Dr. Pickett, he basically wanted to just pick Dr. Clark's case or diagnosis part and say, couldn't happen. One of the big issues with that was the diagnosis of Carly's father. And why that's important is one of the prongs. I know you've heard psychiatric stuff all week and it sort of gets old. But one of the prongs in order to see if somebody, I guess, is bipolar, one of the big issues is, has that person, or does that person have a family history? And that's why that became a big issue. And you heard Dr. Pickett get up there and he looked at Dr. Hardy's stuff and said, well, I'm going to change the diagnosis. So he said, I'm going to discount that, which takes one of the prongs away with one of the things you're looking at with Carly. The other stuff that he wanted to discount, and I thought this was interesting, is you just heard, you're reminded about SJ or SK when she got up on the stand. And she said, yeah, Carly had been hearing voices. I knew about it. Carly said that. Dr. Pickett, you heard him on the stand. It's like, if you bring me credible evidence, you bring me something, and I'll change my mind. Well, you had the friend say, oh yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Comes out on cross-examination, not direct, which was interesting. But it comes out, and then Dr. Pickett sits there and says, well, it's a friend, so I'm not going to count that. Okay, there's a journal. Okay. In the journal, Carly makes some notes about that she's heard voices and stuff. I'm going to discount that because I think that's her embellishing. All this stuff is all the SJ's testimony, the journal, all that stuff's happened before this situation took place on the 19th of March. And it's important because what you're seeing, and it's what Dr. Clark said, there's probably an undiagnosed, or there was an undiagnosed situation going on. It happens for a lot of different reasons. You have an individual, Carly.
Hey,
not
Jelly
telling
Bean.
Everything. We know that. We know a lot more now than we did before. You heard from Miss Kirk, and I thought Miss Kirk was one of the things that was very enlightening with what Miss Kirk said. She was having a difficult time getting anything out of Carly. She really wasn't opening up. And so finally, the last session, which happens to be right before this happens, she was able to open up a little bit with her and get some more information. And in Carly's journal, there's an entry in there that talks about she likes Miss Kirk and that she may bring her the journal and let her see some of the stuff. That was something that was interesting. The other part that Miss Kirk said, she had no idea. Nobody had any ideas that this was going to happen, that there was a chance that this could happen. There were no clues. There was nothing. This is one thing I do agree 100% with Dr. Pickett on. And he said this was an unusual case. And the reason why it's such an unusual case, daughters don't go and shoot their mothers for no reason. Dr. Clark talked to you a little bit about it. It's like, well, usually you either have panic, and we saw it from the video and everything. There's no panic. He also talked to you about that there was mental issues that were going on. They had started in January.
Kristen, remind me
getting
later
treatment.
about karaoke.
We didn't know how bad they were, but she had started getting treatment. They were getting worse, as we can tell from different things now, where we're looking in the journals and things of that nature. The other thing that's very interesting is that on the back end, once she was incarcerated and she was getting treatment, the correct treatment, she got better. And that's when she got the Celexa and the Abilify. And those medications were working. And it's sort of what you were just told a second ago. You have to have a stabilizer. And that's what she needed, was the stabilizer. It stopped the voices. It stopped what was going on. We go back to the 19th of March, and you see what occurred. There's no reason why Carly should have gone and shot her mother. There's no reason. What's equally weird about this whole situation, and it was in the state's opening, they talked a little bit about it. She crossed her arms. Again, very bizarre activity. She's singing to the dogs. And the most bizarre thing that occurs is this. She wants to go after Heath. Why? There is no reason. She calls her friends over. Friends are fine. If she's some sort of psychopath wanting to go shoot 500 people kind of person, if she's calling people over, those would be some of the people that she would, I guess, target. But no, what happens is she's reaching out for help. She's in a mental health crisis. You heard the video that, or the audio, I guess, of Heath. When Heath was, when he arrived home, opens the door and gets shot at. He took the stand. He tells you to this day, that wasn't Carly. The person that was shooting at him was not Carly. It's real important. He's the last person that's seeing her right there as it's happening. This is the person who knows. This is the person that sees her every day, that knows Carly. And yet he's saying she's shooting at him. If there's anybody that has a reason to, disavow Carly and say, hey, look, she shot me. I don't want to have anything to do. She killed my wife. He's sitting there saying, and he was doing it to his own detriment. And he's saying, that's not her. Something's wrong. that was not her. And that's what he was trying to convey to you. Now, the next thing we have, can I play the video real quick? Will you help me with that? We have the video from Hinds County Sheriff Officer or Deputy Chat. And we played it. And if you remember, the last thing that he says before, I guess it would help if you have the last thing, and we put it to move it up a little bit. The last thing that he says before he mutes his body cam, listen to what it is. He says something to the effect that she doesn't know about her mother. And before we go back and listen, remember what Shaq said, why he was muting it. He said it was a personnel issue. If she doesn't know about her mother, that she is shot and all this stuff that's gone on, she doesn't know what's going on. That's why that's important. And I want you to listen to it. You're going to be able to take this back and see and hear this video again. There's a policy, and I put the policy in evidence just so everybody's clear. They cannot do what Shaq did. They cannot mute it. They don't have, yeah, you can go ahead. We're going to watch it. How much? Okay, go ahead and stop it.
Let me back up for him.
I'm running out of time, so y'all will have to look at it. But this is, when you go back in the jury room, you have some decisions to make. And these are the decisions that you have to address. You can find her guilty. You can find her not guilty. And if you find her not guilty, you have two different options. It says not guilty by reason of insanity. And then you have to see if she has been restored to reason. If she has, then she's finished at this court. The other option, and this is what you have to look at, is you can find her not guilty by reason of insanity and that she has not been restored and that she's a danger to the community. And what that means is she goes to the state hospital or somebody comes, so she gets evaluated and they make the decisions on what happens to her. So when I'm telling you this is not, she has the keys and she's walking home. That's not what happens. We believe from all the testimony, and you can look on it here, you have the father saying it's not her, and then you have Shaq saying she doesn't know what happened. When you see those, that tells you she doesn't know what was going on at that time. We're asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And then you have to make the decision, was she restored or was she not? If she's not, she gets evaluated by the state hospital. They determine what's going to happen to her. That's what we're asking for. We want you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity.
State has 18 and a half minutes. We won't start the clock until you get everything set up. Yes, ma'am.
I have some of your exhibits, Your Honor.
If you would just return them up here to the exhibit table, please, sir. Yes, sir. Restroom break? All right.
I love that.
All right. Yeah, if y'all don't mind, we'll sort those out in a moment. If y'all have a seat for just a second, we'll sort out the exhibits. One of the jurors has indicated they need the restroom. We're going to take a brief restroom break, all right? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Y'all just knock and let us know when you're ready, okay?
I did not promise to sing. Please resend the link, Kristen, with your little beloved dance. I can't find it. Oh, is it the same one?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Juror need a restroom break. We're in recess till they knock on the door, not a minute longer. All right.
Yeah, we all could probably use a comfort break. My mom thought that was funny. Which video is it, love? I'm there. Is it a live or is it a short? I don't know which one it is, love. I'm trying to see. See, it's a paint. Oh, okay. I didn't. Let me go back and look.
All right, record will reflect we're outside the presence of the
I'm
jury.
an embiggen so I can see it.
Juror need a restroom break. We're in recess till they knock on the door, not a minute longer. All right.
No, but no, she's got a vest. I can see the Velcro. It looks like some kind of see the white collar. I think she's got a vest. Um, Kristen, I'm on your page. Which video can you? It says good videos. You said it's a short artwork. Um, is it under live? The newest short. It says God's Beauty, or is it August 5th? Which one? Why can't I? Zoom. This is the one with the moon. No, there's 4 shorts. Do you do wood burning? Am I on the right page? I'm frustrated. Church. Friday night, Lexus look finds. No. Okay.
Woo, woo, woo. Oh, she put the music off. Now she turned the music off. Oh, what are you gonna do? You gonna dance? Oh, dancing, dancing. You hear the music? Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dance. Kelly, 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 Kelly. Hey, can you do it? Kelly, Kelly, good girl. Yeah. You're dancing.
Can't
Oh,
whistle today.
pooping. You're pooping. You're pooping. Oh my goodness. Have a kiss. Give me kisses. Where's my kisses? Oh, where's my kisses? Who's that? Who's that? Huh? My girl. Here's my girl. Mwah. I love you so much. Mwah.
Beautiful.
You're so cute. Okay. Gonna dance? Gonna dance some more? Huh?
Oh, love
Say
it.
thank you, Ada, for the music. Yay! Ow.
I can't
Ow.
hear if I'm whistling or not.
Chill. All right, say bye. No, say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wave. Wave with your foot. Wave. Bye-bye. Okay.
I have a hard time whistling. There, I subscribed. You got another subscriber. Burr. I'm stuttering. And there we go. I subscribed. Yay. Here I go again. Oh, that is sweet. There's another Deb Woodburning YouTuber. That was the one I was getting. It didn't look like it was your page. It had nothing to do with what I just saw. So sorry about that. Oh, yeah. I need food. Somebody order me a breakfast taco. Send me a breakfast taco. Some scrambled eggs. Some bacon. I'm hungry. This chick is hungry. And I'm cold. I don't know why. I'm just want to cuddle up. Oh. Sounds like she's been traumatized. Oh. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh. I'm just sleepy. Just sleepy. Ooh. Whew. It's one of those mornings you just want to go. I better not do that. Wow, that's a long time. Okay, I want to listen to him a little bit more while they were on break.
Once the jury comes in, there's no talking. Not free to talk now, just not when the jury comes in.
Okay, let's pause this. So here's family. Where's the father? Well, he may be out.
Do you have everything you need set up?
Where is he? Her stepfather. Well, he may be taking a comfort break. I think Carly definitely takes after her grandmother. Look at the face, the eyes. Doesn't look like her mother.
We were talking about where we had to burn discs and everything. Is there something already back there, or do they have to undo all this?
They have to undo all that.
Oh, I know he's there.
That's
I
all we
just didn't
have.
see him.
All right, for everybody in the courtroom, I've been informed that the jurors are ready. Please no more talking. Everyone remain seated while the jury enters. Bring it.
Okay, no. I'm going to go take a comfort break.
All right, final closing by the state.
May I proceed, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me pick up right where Mr. Kent left off, ladies and gentlemen. What he was telling you is that if you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity and you decide that she's been restored to competency, she'll walk out the door of this courthouse. You heard about voices. Let me tell you whose voice I'm talking about today. Ashley Smylie. Ashley Smylie's voice matters. Because of Carly Gregg's actions, we will never hear Ashley Gregg's voice again. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the very last noise she made. Carly Gregg, her daughter, took a gun, walked across the house, pulled it out on her mother, fired once, you hear her mother scream. Fired twice, you hear her mother scream. 1, 2, 3, 4, you hear the third shot, ladies and gentlemen. You saw that awful picture. You saw the stippling. You saw what she did. That person has not been restored. That person was never insane to begin with. You know what you didn't hear the defense attorneys talk about? The insanity standard. You know why you don't want to talk about the standard? Because they can't prove it. They can't prove it, ladies and gentlemen. You know what they tried to stand up here and say? The state hasn't told you why. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk during voir dire, what do we talk about? That's not the state's burden. You won't find one place in the jury instructions that it tells you that the state of Mississippi has the burden to show you why Carly Gregg killed her mother, to show you why Carly Gregg attempted to kill Heath Smylie, to show you why Carly Gregg removed that camera that caught her actions and hid it into the refrigerator. That's not our burden. Our burden is to show beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. And the defense attorneys have admitted that she did it. Let's talk about who needed help. Ms. Todd wanted to talk about Ms. Gregg needed help. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the two people that were begging for help was Ashley Smylie and Heath Smylie. We heard the 911 call. He says, "Oh my God, she's killed her mother and she tried to kill me." He says on there, "Please help. Send me help." He tried to say that, oh, now maybe Carly didn't mean to kill me. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why he's saying that, but I know that she shot him 6 inches from his head. And I know that she told Brooke Wafer, her friend, that I put 3 in my mom and I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad. You think that sounds like an insane person? No. That's a person that knew this gun right here, this .357 Magnum, had 7 rounds. That's a person that knew that she'd put 3 of them in her mama's head. She had 3 more waiting for Heath, and who knows what she was doing with the last one. The why doesn't matter. They want to talk about the doctors. Dr. Pickett this, Dr. Clark that. Y'all heard him. Dr. Pickett said, yes, this is the first time I've had to testify in a criminal trial. But I have evaluated over 100 people for competency and sanity. You heard from Dr. Gugliano when she took the witness stand that she's done hundreds, if not more, evaluations of sanity and competency. Let me tell you what you heard from Dr. Clark. When the defense went to tender him as a forensic psychiatrist, he said, no, that's not what I am. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist. Did he render any opinions specific to children? No. Does his diagnosis of Carly Gregg matter? No. When you look at the standard in the state of Mississippi to be able to prove insanity, all right, she has a mental illness, right? I think we can all agree that those records state that from the time she was a small girl until we sit here today, that she has anxiety and depression. Ladies and gentlemen, it is undisputed that anxiety and depression do not cause someone to commit murder. It is undisputed in this courtroom that Kevin Gregg, if you believe his diagnoses, if you believe he was bipolar, schizophrenic, drug addict, all of it, does any of it matter? No, because you know what he didn't do? He didn't kill his parents. Ladies and gentlemen, the diagnosis doesn't matter. You heard, and I made notes of it. When Dr. Clark was testifying, Michael Smith was asking him, did she know right from wrong? That's what we got to know. Did she know right from wrong? He says, well, she knew something about what happened. Okay, well, she knew. Then he goes further and he said there was some level of awareness about what she was doing. Let's talk about that, ladies and gentlemen. She knew where she was. She knew who to call. She knew her mom's passcode. She knew where the loaded weapon was. You have pictures and evidence. There were other guns at the house. She didn't go pick up that unloaded shotgun and take it in there to where mama was. No. She went in there with that .357 Magnum that she knew was fully loaded. She knew to text her friends. She knew to FaceTime her friends. She called them by the right name. She called them by their nicknames. She said, I fucked up. She said, don't call 911. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? She wasn't done with her plan. We don't have to prove why she wanted to kill Heath Smylie. All we know is she did. All we know is that after she killed her mom at 4:14 in the afternoon, she lied in wait, sent a message to her stepdad saying, hey, honey, when will you be home? She knew not to do it from her phone. She did it from mom's phone. When will you be home? Because I'm waiting for you. Sends him a thumbs up. Then when he comes in the door, what's she do? Points the gun at his head, ladies and gentlemen. She knew exactly what she wanted to do. And then when she wasn't sure if she was successful, she ran. Insane people do not run because they don't know right from wrong. Insane people do not tell people, I need help, because they don't think they've done anything wrong. Insane people do not flee the scene. Again, they do not know right from wrong. Carly Gregg knew everything she was doing that day. What Dr. Clark said from the witness stand is that he wants you to put all your common sense aside. There's a whole stack of medical records. He says, I didn't really pay much attention to the medical records. Not any of those other providers that actually treated Carly that said there was no mention of voices. There was no mention of lapses in time, these disassociations. But you know what I'm going to rely on? Oh, wait, no, I also didn't look at the text messages. I didn't think it was important to know what the defendant was doing at the time of the crime and between when she killed her mom and when she attempted to kill her dad. That wasn't that important. You know what's important? What the defendant said after she's been arrested for violent crimes. That's what he relied on, ladies and gentlemen. He said, well, Carly said that there were voices before. Pretty convenient, right? We talked in voir dire on Monday about why do people lie? Why do people lie? Protection. Dr. Clark said on the stand, Lexapro doesn't cause murder. Lexapro might cause people to be more prone to suicide. Lexapro does not cause people to murder. Dr. Clark said on the stand that disassociation, that's what Carly had, right? That's what he diagnosed her with. But he couldn't say that disassociation causes people to commit murders. In fact, what he said was that people tend to disassociate when they are experiencing trauma. Let's think about that. Common sense tells you if someone's in a disassociated state, they don't know what's going on, it's because they are on the receiving end of the violence. They're sex trafficking victims. They're prisoners of war. They're not children that are mad at their parents because they found out about their secret life. He expects us to believe that we can take the word of the defendant who has never reported, even to Rebecca Kirk, who she said she loved and trusted. She never reported voices to Rebecca Kirk. She never reported these lapses in time. In fact, you didn't hear that from any provider that's ever seen Carly. Let's take another step. Then Carly doesn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. She tells Dr. Pickett, oh yeah, I was still having one of these moments. So let's talk about she's safe. Heck no, ladies and gentlemen. She's claiming that she's still having those moments while she's in our courtroom. During one of our hearings, she's saying she was in one of these disassociated spells. During her evaluation with Dr. Clark, she reported that she was having one of these disassociated spells. During her evaluation with Dr. Pickett, she was claiming she was having a disassociated spell. But you know what? She remembered every bit of it. I find it interesting that she told Dr. Clark that she has nightmares. She hears gunshots. You don't hear gunshots if you don't remember them. You don't have PTSD from an event that you don't recall. She told Dr. Gugliano that she gets queasy. She gets sick to her stomach when she thinks about what happened that night. I would too. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we've seen the pictures. We know what she did. That's not the face of someone who's insane. We don't have to prove the lie. When Dr. Gugliano asked her,
awesome,
Carly, what's bothering you the most right now? She said, I always ask patients.
That was incredible. Whether, I don't care what side you're on, think about what that woman just said. Let's think about what she just said. If you're dissociated, you're not going to have that memory. Oh my God, what do you think about that? Oh my gosh, that was beautiful.
That when I'm evaluating them. Carly said, I'm missing school. Think about that. Not, I miss my mom. I'm so sorry that I did this. Oh, I hate what I've done to my family. I'm missing school. I asked Ben at Germany when he took the stand, you and Carly are still great friends, right? He said, best friends. Y'all talk all the time? Yeah, all the time, even now that she's in jail. I said, Bennett, on any of your calls, any call, has Carly expressed remorse for what she has done? He took that stand and he said no.
Wow.
I want to talk about Bennett too. He said, while I was asking him a question at some point, he said, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I zoned out. Ladies and gentlemen, we've all had a moment where we've zoned out. We've all had a moment where we've driven down the road and got there and thought, how did I get here? I don't remember, but I knew I drove here. I tell you, when I have those moments, I'm not insane. I know exactly how I got there because I was the one driving the car. I know right from wrong, and Carly knew right from wrong that day.
That was
There
a
is
beautiful closing.
No medical record of Carly hearing voices before this.
That was beautiful.
I want to talk to you about some of the things, some of Carly's actions.
That was
Let's
awesome.
talk about some of her willful actions. First of all, I want to show you these two. Let's not forget this. These were recovered from inside Ashley Smylie's brain and neck. Who put them there? Carly Gregg.
Blood.
Carly Gregg's willful actions. Let's talk about that. We talked about she knew where her house was. We talked about she knew that her mom was upset with her. She told Dr. Pickett, yeah, my mom was very upset. The defense wanted you to believe that everything was hunky-dory that day. It wasn't. We've seen the videos. She may not have been yelling, but she sure was upset. We know that Carly knew her mom's password. We know that she intentionally pulled the trigger not once, not twice, but 3 times, shot her in the head. We know that she called her friends over. We know that she told them don't call the police. We know that she wouldn't let them know what was going on. We know that she tells Brooke, right? Let's talk about the tampering with evidence. She tells Brooke when she comes in the house, one of the first things she asks is, are you queasy around dead bodies? Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. What does that mean? I know if I'm asking somebody that, it's because there's a dead body. She knew that she had killed her mom. She tells Brooke, I got 3 waiting for my stepdad. She knew that she was going to shoot her stepdad. She also tells Brooke something important. Oh, don't worry. I pulled the cameras down already. Pulled the cameras down. She knew enough to rip that camera off of where it was, hide it in the refrigerator. Was it a perfect plan? No. Nobody ever said her plan was perfect. That's why we're here. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not insanity. That's not insanity. I want to talk about Deputy Shack and his interaction. Mr. Camp said, oh yeah, he's saying she doesn't even know about her mother. We heard from Deputy Shack. He took the stand.
There's a poll
He said
up.
she never asked about her mother. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the only person she asked about in her interaction with law enforcement?
Father.
How's Heath? You know why? Because the only thing Carly Gregg didn't know from that day was whether or not she was successful in killing Heath Smylie. That's the only thing she didn't know. Again, the defense wanted to talk about it's the highest burden of proof. We have the highest burden of proof in criminal law. The state of Mississippi has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Carly Gregg intended to kill her mother and did kill her. We have done that. They don't dispute that. We have to prove that Carly Gregg intended to kill Heath Smylie and was unsuccessful. They don't dispute that. We have to prove that Carly Gregg intended to remove evidence and hide it.
They don't
We've
dispute
already
that.
proved that. They don't dispute that. The only thing that the defense wants you to do is to have
Vote on the
sympathy for
poll.
the defendant, to believe this story that she's made up after she's been arrested. Dr. Clark talked about that on the stand, right? He admitted that there's research out there that shows that there is a large population of people that claim disassociation after they have committed homicide. And we asked him, why? Secondary gain. What's secondary gain? So I don't get in trouble. Pretty convenient. If I don't remember what happened, I was having an out-of-body experience. Maybe they can't get on to me. Ladies and gentlemen, don't fall for that. That does not make sense. I want to talk about some of Carly's journals and some of the text messages. The text messages are in evidence, the ones that she sent to her friends between the time she killed her mom and when she attempted to kill her stepdad. One of them's not, but Thad testified from the witness stand that after he showed up at her parents' house, he and Carly were having a discussion, and Carly said, oh yeah, my mom was holding me down in the chair. She wouldn't let me come out there. And then she texts him later and says, I almost murdered my parents. She was so mad in February that she tells Thad, I almost murdered my parents. And then when I asked Heath about it, when he took the stand, he said, no, Carly wasn't mad. Carly never was angry. He says, Carly never yelled. Ladies and gentlemen, she told us in February what she was going to do. I want you to look at her journals.
The video's not great.
There's a
I
page
apologize.
back
I
there
can't
that
do
says,
anything
what do
about
I
it.
believe? There's no God. Heaven and hell are false. You writing your own destiny. And these two stand out to me, ladies and gentlemen. She told us what her intent was. You don't need family, and it's okay to be evil. There's another one I want you to look at. Dr. Pickett talked about it. She wrote, water, fire, earth. Water, fire, earth. She circles fire, ladies and gentlemen. And she wrote, these are Carly Gregg's own words. Miss Todd stated when we got started the other day, what's better, watching a video of what happened or hearing somebody talk about it? Well, I submit to you, we have all of the above in this case. We got to, unfortunately, watch a video of what happened. We've seen photos of what happened. We have audio of what happened. We have the defendant's journals and text messages telling us what happened. She says, I choose fire. It is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. These are the traits I desire, so I choose fire. Ladies and gentlemen, that lady right there chose fire. She chose to murder her mother, tried to kill her stepdad, and then tried to cover it up. We ask that when you go back to the jury room, that you'll look at all the evidence, that you'll consider the testimony that you've heard, that you will not be misled or confused by the fact that the defendant tries to put a burden on the state that does not exist. We do not have to prove the why. We will likely never know the why, but we know that Carly Gregg is guilty
That
of
is true.
murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence, and we ask you to find the same. Thank you.
All right. I need Mr. Don Bass and Mr. Philip Hunt to stand, please. Apologize, gentlemen.
They're the alternates.
A lot of attention, but y'all are the alternates. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Bailiff to escort them to the other courtroom if it's open, or the other jury room if it's open. Please gather your things out of the jury room, though. Once the bailiffs let me know that the alternates have been separated, I'll release you to begin your deliberations. Please do not begin your deliberations until you receive the instructions of the court and all the evidence. Many times jurors find it helpful to pick a four-person from among their group. Four-person has no more power than any other person. Highest qualifications, you should be able to write legibly so we can read any verdict, okay? Second thing a four-person can do is call for a vote. Many times disagreements can be resolved by simply calling for a vote and finding out where everybody stands. All right. That being said, let me know once they're separated. Did everybody fill out a lunch menu too? Okay. They're separated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can retire to begin your deliberations.
I don't know why he did that, announcing their names in court, but I have no clue. I'm going to edit this real quick.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. I'm going to ask both sides to make sure Mr. Shipley here has a cell phone number where you can be reached, both sets of attorneys. Within 10 minutes of the jury reaching a verdict, I expect y'all back in the courtroom ready to go either way, okay? I want y'all to get together, make sure all the exhibits are present and accounted for, and that any exhibits marked for identification are separated. All right, we'll remain in recess until such time as the jury reaches the verdict.
Wow. Okie dokie. That's where we are. This is the worst time for those. I mean, I wouldn't. Oh, that's not the one I want. Trying to put the right one up. Thought I saved it to desktop. All files. I wish y'all could hear this dog. She is snoring like crazy. It's just snoring up a storm. Nope, that's not it. I guess I have to go resave it. So we're going to zoom a little bit because we were a few minutes behind. So we need to do that. I want to show we have home. We have a video I want to show. It is of, let me get YouTube up. Some people are kind of freaking out about this. Well, I just had it. Dagnabbit. Let me find it. YouTube. I'm trying to do two things at once, y'all. I apologize. I really do. There it is. That's what I want. Okay, so now I can get the banner off. There we are. We are now in Verdict Watch. They do have a timer up. Yay! Thank you. Well, oh. Live. That's what I want. We have. Where did it go? Oh, what's his name's home was being destroyed. Y'all told me about it. This is the right link. Right link to what, love? Whose home was being destroyed? Why can't I find it? News, maybe? Oh, remember that fire in Houston? This is sad.
Park pipeline fire, while much diminished, it is still burning today, more than 60 hours after it first erupted. And breaking now, police revealing that a criminal investigation is underway. Good afternoon, I'm Sherman Chow. They've recovered human remains from that white SUV next to the fire and the broken pipeline valve. Folks have been wondering where the driver of that vehicle was since the explosion. Our Devon Raming has been
I
covering
figured
this
where it
since
was.
it began Monday.
Oh my
Joins us now
gosh, she's
live with brand
looking
new
beautiful.
details. Devon.
I've known her. I've watched her for 30 years.
Well, Sherman, we're actually able to give you a closer look at what's left of the fire here behind me off in the distance now that the neighboring Walmart parking lot is back open. It just reopened this morning. Energy Transfer says the fire is still burning itself out. This is actually the lowest we've seen it since it first started Monday morning. And within the last 3 hours, crews actually went in and towed that white SUV from the scene for processing. Now, this is video from this morning as the Deer Park Police Department and the Harris County Medical Examiner started the next steps in this investigation by processing the charred SUV. We're still working to learn who or what may have been found in the SUV. Deer Park City officials say the fire was caused by that SUV crashing through the fence of a nearby Walmart and hitting an above ground valve. People living in the blast zone started to return home yesterday evening, some of them finding their homes in complete ruins, either from the actual blast itself or from water damage after firefighters had to hose down some of the nearby homes to keep them from catching fire. One of those homes belonging to the Huttos family, who suffered significant damage inside and outside their home off East Meadow Drive. It's the second time their home was damaged this summer after their roof took a hit during Hurricane Beryl.
I've never had anything like this happen to me. It sickens me. I mean, you work all this time to make your house what you want it, and then in the blink of an eye, it's gone.
I thought it was a nuclear bomb. It fell out of the chair. The dogs were already out the door trying to get out. But then when I got downstairs, I knew what it was, the pipeline.
The Huttos were relieved to find that the pictures of their late 2-year-old son were untouched. He sadly passed away 22 years ago. Back out here live, though, officials with Energy Transfer tell us they expect the fire to be completely out sometime this evening. Of course, we are going to stay on top of this story and bring you the latest in our later newscast this evening from here in Deer Park. Live in Deer Park, Devon Raming, KHOU 11 News.
All right, Devon, remarkable. You can see that fire from the Walmart next door. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to just show that because some of us were following that, and I have some people living in Houston that follow me. No, he did not. This was an explosion that happened a few days back. When I saw that vehicle, I automatically knew there had to be a body in that vehicle. because there's no way a person could have escaped that flame in any way, shape, or form. So let's share this. And here we go.
Property in Salem. They're about to start demolition on the home behind me. They have the backhoe there ready to go. I'm going to turn this around and give you a shot here. Looks like they're getting preparations underway right now. So let me show you the home here. They're going to start on the loft area, and then they're going to move to this house. And there we have the outbuildings that you can see are flattened. They're gone. They're done. And it looks like right now they're going to walk through inside, making sure everything's good to go to tear down. And in just moments, this loft will be flattened as they continue work here on the outbuildings.
That's the only right thing to do. And
again, for those of you just tuning in, demolition crews showed up this morning at Chad Daybell's property, former property in Salem, Fremont County, Idaho. And they began working fast and furious. They tore down these outbuildings. There was 2 or 3 sheds out here. And in just a minute, they are about to begin work here on the house. What they're doing is they're removing the buildings. They're collapsing to the ground, and then they pick up the debris and put it in the truck. And then it's hauled away to the dump or to the recycle center. I'm just communicating with our team back in the newsroom. Peggy's here with me on the scene. She doesn't want to be on camera. She said, Jordan's here helping shoot some video. Jordan, do you have any messages for me?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. And here is where the chicken coop was. She doesn't want to be shown. She's the new buyer. But if you have to show her, show her.
Yeah, true, Ronnie.
Okay, and here they go. What are you doing?
I'm gonna let you know here in just a minute. Once he starts getting punctured, we'll have trucks start coming right through here, just so you guys.
Great. Thank you. And there is where Chad Daybell slept and stayed. Peggy, you got pictures?
I have no idea, Miss C. Morales. I have no idea.
And there goes the loft.
Okay, let me tell you. Here's a quick rundown. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote several apocalyptic novels loosely based on the Mormon religion teachings. He was a professional gravedigger turned novelist and podcaster from Rexburg, Idaho. Daybell is Lori Vallow Daybell's fifth husband. He was also charged with murder over the children's death and the death of his ex-wife Tammy Daybell, weeks before he married Vallow. His trial is scheduled for next year.
He stayed on the second story of that loft.
This is apparently where he committed a lot of
There are
crimes.
many neighbors parked
Committed the crime.
around the surrounding property watching this.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking.
Hey, Peggy. Okay. And will you ask if he sent a picture? I do want to mention there are multiple companies who are volunteering their time and efforts and employees and resources, all of this being done volunteer, tearing down the house. Taylor Excavation, Tupper Excavating, DePatco, Anderson Earthworks, Double J Dirt Works, Tupco, Pocono Coast West, and Chad Ball Construction. All of these companies have donated or volunteered their times, their employees, their resources to help tear down this house.
That's charity there. That's a good work there. Good for them. Beautiful tree. It looks like a weeping willow.
Heather and Daybell are
Beautiful.
here. They have come to see the demolition. You're good. Yeah, just leave it there.
Sorry, I sped it up.
This is the cozy cone. I'm going to pan over here real quick to show you. Those other buildings are gone.
So are they going to knock down the big house too?
Move over here and give you a different angle. That's the cozy cone where Chad Daybell likely had hundreds of conversations with Lori Vallow when she was in jail. They would text each other. Well, not text each other. They would call
So
each
he
other.
lived up there.
They would communicate back and forth with each other. And you can see behind me that that area has been flattened. And there's the house where Chad Daybell stayed, wrote his books, made plans for his future after he killed his wife, Tammy Daybell, and killed 2 children and buried them on this very property in Salem, Idaho. Just 5 years ago, Tammy Daybell was a devoted wife, worker, mother who hung laundry on that very line behind me.
Oh.
And now the home where she lived with her family is being destroyed.
They lived in that
Maybe you'll
little
just tune in.
thing?
And you're asking why this is happening. A few days after Chad Daybell was sentenced to death, his attorney who owned the home put it on the market. A nonprofit bought the property, a couple running a nonprofit who has asked to be anonymous. And they arranged to have this site, the buildings here on the site, demolished. And now what they're going to do is remove all the buildings today. And I thought this would take all day, but here it is, 9:30 Mountain Time. and they're already done except for the home. They're moving so fast. And then they're hauling away this debris to the landfill and to the recycling center where they will use the parts and recycle them. And then the ground will sit until plans are made for a memorial of some kind. You did. Oh no, oh, sorry, I thought you were going to fall down.
Wow, yeah, that is a weeping willow tree, that big tree behind the truck. Where's my mouse? Don't you hate it when you lose your mouse? There it is. That big tree right there. That's a willow tree, I
It
think.
will be, yeah, for the demolition and whatnot. It's just pushing it all in and scooping it up.
So they've got all that. Oh, I wanted to see him knock the big house down.
There's where the house once stood. This is where Chad Daybell slept. And now it is a pile of rubble. Look, there's a piece of carpet. You can see it in there. I'll get out of their way.
Yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be great to put it underneath the willow tree.
Looks like they're backing up this truck. Watch out, Peggy.
I
Just
love
so you all know,
willow
behave
trees.
yourself in the
I've
comments
had
because
one
Peggy's
before.
out here with me taking pictures and Jordan's out here too. So no one's moderating the comments as we speak. You better behave yourself. Somebody's calling this the house of shame. There are many of you are commenting on the beautiful trees. There are beautiful trees out here. Oh, as of today, I know that none of the trees at the moment are coming down. The trees are staying today. They're only focusing on the buildings.
Trees shouldn't come down. That tree's perfectly fine, healthy, and good. I wouldn't touch those trees. That's a lot of donated.
Oh, I might need to move that
That's a
back.
lot of donations there, y'all.
To realize I'm frozen, but can you hear me? You can no.
Okay, that's it on that. But we're going to watch this for a sec.
A local sheriff in Kentucky is being charged in the murder of a judge. Police say Sheriff Sean Steins shot and killed County Judge Kevin Mullins yesterday inside the judge's own chambers in a courthouse in Whitesburg, Kentucky, which is near the state's border with Virginia. The 43-year-old was arrested at the scene without incident after officers arrived. Police did not reveal a motive or the nature of the argument that led to the shooting. New York Magazine's Washington correspondent Olivia Nuzzi has been put on leave after allegedly engaging in an inappropriate relationship with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The magazine's editors say the two engaged in a personal relationship after Nuzzi profiled the presidential candidate last November. She continued to cover his campaign and the election despite this. Nuzzi, while not mentioning Kennedy by name, claims her conversations with a reporting subject turned, quote, personal, but maintains there was nothing physical. New York Magazine says an internal review found no inaccuracies or evidence of bias, but they're still conducting a more thorough third-party.
Well, here we are outside Chad Daybell's former home in Salem. This is actually
Now let's see what it looked
the
like.
closest that I'll ever get to the home. I did go up to the door one time early on when the case was still active, and there was a sign on the door that said no media. And
Somebody
new owners
went in
have
and did a
invited
tour.
me to come and go through it with them, and I'm here with Erica, my wife. As you can see, right now there's no trespassing signs on the fences. There's a few around the property. They don't want people coming and going here. But it's a busy road. Let's just show. I mean, this is a busy highway. For those of you that haven't been out here, of course, right now there's not a lot of cars coming and going, but the speed limit out here is 50 miles an hour. And it's on a busy intersection, so there's folks coming, there's drivers coming each way. While we come out here, to give you an idea, so this is Chad's home, right over here, was Chad's home. And Emma, his daughter, on the day that Chad was arrested, was staying over there. So you heard a lot during the trial about the kitty corner property. It's right there. So, you know, it's about a 1 or 2 minute walk to get over there. And this driveway is where Chad Daybell was parked. Come on up here, honey. The morning that police came to serve that, that search warrant on June 9th of 2020. If you look over here, I don't know how well you can see, And I don't know what the shrubbery was like that morning, the branches, but that tree right through here, that underneath that tree is where,
Willow tree.
or near that tree is where JJ was found.
Oh.
So in court, we heard multiple people testify that Chad was in the car, probably right here where I'm standing, and was looking over his shoulder back there. If this big tree right here didn't have the hanging branches at the time, he would have a perfect shot to see what was happening back there. It was also the same driveway that Tammy Daybell was shot at by Alex Cox. Now, it's kind of hard to show you from here, but this is where she was parked, and Alex came from this direction and shot at her. There was not a fence here at the time. This fence went up after Lori Vallow was arrested, and it was put up. But at the time, there was no fence here. So come with me, honey, and we'll show you kind of the difference between the driveways. There's the main driveway here. Watch your step. But if you look over here, can you see that driveway? That is where, we'll walk over a little bit closer. So this is where, according to testimony, Tammy normally parked on this driveway. So can you see that now? So people testified that Alex Cox, according to his cell phone data, likely parked his truck down this street. So we'll keep walking.
Sorry.
This is where the cars would park. And so the plan was most likely that Tammy would park here, that Alex Cox
He got permission.
would come down this street.
He has permission.
Not very far, and he would be able to shoot her here as she was parked along this way. That's not what happened that night. That October 9th of 2019. She didn't park here, but Alex Cox was still parked down there. Instead, she parked around the side of the house. So when the plan didn't go as planned, Alex Cox, I'm assuming here based on testimony, likely came running across this property to shoot at her over on this driveway. And remember that Attorney General Investigator Edwards testified that the weapon he had, if it got jostled about at all, if it got moved or whatever, or the pins got shaken, it wouldn't fire. And sure enough, it didn't fire. So he comes over here from over that way, shoots at Tammy in this driveway. She screams, and right inside here is where the family was. Chad and other family members. Meanwhile, Joseph Murray testified. He was across the street, kitty corner, at the other house.
Mother-in-law who had just got home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she beats a man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see because they were wearing a ski mask, came up to her with a paintball gun, but they sort of screamed at her. It wasn't loaded, so she couldn't, she could see no big thing out of it. But she kept asking what he was doing. He was respond, and then suddenly, after she pulled out her husband's hair, he ran off.
Okay, what's the address? Are you there? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. What's the address?
It's 199 North, 1900 East, Rexbury, Idaho, 83440. That's my address. She lives in the corner. I don't know what her address is.
Okay, I need her address. What's her location?
I think it's 201, I think is her address.
201 North 1900 East?
North, yep.
Does she know which direction he ended up running?
We headed back behind their house.
Okay. And did she give you a description of the clothing?
I didn't get one from her. I took all of that.
And what is your name?
My name is Joseph Murray.
Okay, is this a good look or a good phone number for you?
Yep.
Okay, I am sending a deputy out to your mother's home.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East. The corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I didn't step out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it, so I yelled for my husband, and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was North 1900 East?
Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
Do you know what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So. But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already.
Oh,
okay. I just wanted to make sure it got reported. So,
let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name?
Joseph Murray.
Okay, yep, it was him.
Okay.
So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, now we are at the back driveway. Just to kind of give you a perspective, this is the look, the back driveway and the back of the house. And right over here, if we walk inside, well, before we do that, actually, just right down here is for us to really understand the was arrested. Emma and her son, her husband, Joseph Murray, moved into the home. So they took possession of it. And so they've been living here for the past 4 years. So we'll just walk through this, again, the front room. You can see there's some light fixtures that probably came with the house and lights on the wall. It is an older home. And then did you show the fireplace, honey? Older fireplace here. It looks like this is white rock. And if we go down here, the hallway, I'll tell you, it's much smaller than the photos, in my opinion, much smaller than the photos showed us in the court. I mean, this is pretty narrow hallway.
This is the only bathroom on this side of the house.
Yeah, there's a bathroom. Only one bathroom on this side. This looks like a girl's room. Just I say that because of the pink walls. Then there's another room here to the left. We can come on in here. Closet. Now, this next room is the master. And this is the room where Tammy Daybell was murdered. And from the photos, again in court, the photos we saw, the photos I've seen since, the room seemed much bigger than it is. The bed was here. And I believe it was on this side that they said Tammy fell out of the bed, which she did not. So this is their room.
911, where's your emergency? We're at 202 North, 1900 East. What's going on? We just found my mom. She's on the ground frozen, or she's stiff, and I don't know. Are you in Madison County or Fremont County?
Hello, I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead. We don't know.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Are you in Rexburg, or because your address shows Rexburg address, but you're in Fremont County?
It's a mile past.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, she's not even. She's frozen.
Okay, can I get your name?
Chad Daybell. Oh man. Oh.
Okay, Chad, I'm gonna get somebody up to you right now, okay?
Yeah, the corner where the blinking yellow light is with the red house.
Yes, sir. Red house on the corner.
Yes.
Blinking yellow light.
Right.
Okay. We'll get somebody out to you, okay? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
If you need anything else, you call me back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
This is a closet. I mean, it's not very big. But what's interesting to me is right across the hall. This is how many steps? 1, 2. These are not narrow hallways. This took me 2 steps, is where Garth Daybell. This was his room. From what I understand, this was his room. And he was in this room when his mom died. Well, I guess that's the question. He believes he was in his room when she died in her sleep. He was actually likely working at the haunted mill when she was killed. And when he came home, he says he checked into this room. He saw 2 lumps in the bed. It was assumed it was his parents, came in here and went on YouTube. But one of the most surprising things is how close these rooms were. You could hear, I mean, a simple conversation you can hear across the hall. So this was Garth's room and this was the master room. Again, kind of eerie. It feels kind of empty.
And if someone was coughing, I imagine you would be able to hear them very loudly.
Right.
With that span of.
Being so close. And I mean, the walls are, I guess there is some space here, but this is a closet. But I mean, you would hear it. So this is where Tammy Daybell took her last breath. So we'll walk down here to the kitchen area. Again, there were photos given to us that kind of show what it looked like. This is the kitchen. Come over here, hon. I don't know how well you can see with the light, but if you look out this window, you can see the pasture. You can see the outbuildings, the red barn area. You can see where those bodies were buried. And, you know, I guess if you don't know what's out there, you don't know. You wouldn't think anything of it. But you've got the two windows. Chad Daybell knew. Chad Daybell knew every time he came here to the sink and looked out there that there were two children buried back there. Tammy, though, she didn't know. Now this is the kitchen. This is the main part of the home. The next part of the house is attached, and was the big question during the trial. Is it a two-story home? Is it a one? Legally, technically speaking, this is a one-story portion of the home. But to get to the cozy cone, as they called it that because on the movie Cars, they're saying it looked like the cozy cone on the movie Cars. But if we come out here, again, we don't have power. So this is the garage, which was full of stuff from what we're told when the buyers came through. So this was the garage. And then
that looks like a school chalkboard on
area.
Whoa.
You want to come in here? And this is storage.
Preppers?
Just shelves, older storage area. And then what's interesting, you remember Chad Daybell writing about feeling like Harry Potter trapped under the stairs.
Yes.
And he was able to get out and see his goddess lover. There is an area under the stairs here. I don't know if he was referring to this, but kind of interesting that there was this area in here. And again, this will all be torn down by the new buyers. But if we go up here, this is the door to the cozy cone. So we'll head up, and I'll try to show you, in here is shelving, a lot of storage. This is where Chad Daybell was served the warrant on June 9th of 2020. And he stayed in that master bedroom till Tammy died, and then he moved to Hawaii. His children then moved in. He then moved back in the house after Lori was arrested. And he moved up here. And he was sleeping over here in a bed when he was served that warrant. Now, John Pryor made a big deal that no one could really live up here. There's multiple power outlets. Do you want to show those, honey? There's 3 over here. There's a 4th here. There's 2 lights. There's a light switch. It's pretty warm up here. I don't know about the AC and heating. There's a 5th plug, though. You could bring in a fan. You could bring in a space heater. It's kind of warm up here right now. And someone could definitely stay up here. Let's show you the view out the windows. So this is the front. Can't really see much out that window. But if we go over here, and I believe they showed in court the view from this window. You've got your eye on where JJ was buried, and you've got your eye on where Tylee was buried. You can see both very clearly. So, any thoughts up here, honey?
It just makes me sad. It makes me sad, and it has a weird energy in there. I know that's a sensitive thing to say for this, but it feels.
Yeah, up here feels. Yeah. So this is the outhouse, the loft area. And again, Chad was in here and was served. He walked down these stairs for the last time that morning and went into the house and never came back.
And when we walked in here, it smelled really awful to the point that I got a little queasy.
Yeah, it does smell. I mean, that could be an old home smell. So here's the door out to the back. In here is a storage area. The new owners did go through this before we walked through. That's why some of the doors are open. Interesting note, this storm door was up here, they said, and someone has visited it and taken off the door and broken the glass since they bought the house. So
there was a keep out sign that was on the ground.
Right. Now let's go out here. So this is that driveway, the back driveway. This was the chicken coop. And interesting thing that we heard about Here on the ground, I don't know how close you can get, honey. This cement was poured on at 2020. Joseph Joseph Murray. It says 7/22/20. So on July 22nd, this would have been about a month and a half after Chad was arrested. Joseph wrote his name in the cement. Emma, looks like it says Garth and another name that could be one of their children. So this chicken coop was put in with pavement, and it's two. Why don't we go in and show everybody? It's two kind of spots. You've got this area and this. It's interesting, you know, a chicken coop with cement, maybe they transformed it into something else. And a lot of chicken coops I've seen have dirt, and, you know, there's can be mess to clean up, but
There were like 20 chickens here.
right. They were using it as a chicken coop, but so they did, you know, pave this. And we'll head over here. This was the garage / shed area that was talked about. Here's one of the buildings. I don't know what this would be used for, but in here was the garage where the tools were and where the police searched. And this, you can see that the cement needs repair, but this was where the tools were kept. And we go in here. The new owners tell me that when they came, this said Spring Creek Books. This may have been where they stored the books and kind of ran the business. There was signs and it was stacked with books. And an interesting sign that was here, probably from before Chad's time. This is calf heaven idea is to preserve life. It is not easy, but a fun challenge. God be with us. Thanks. I don't know what that means, but the owners tell us that this sign was over there. And when they came, it was moved. So I don't know. And then when you go out this door, so this was, again, remember in court, we saw the pictures of the tools laid out. They laid them out in the shed. Through here, this was where the fire pit was, where Tylee was buried. And it's just surreal to be here on this property. And if we look over here, this was where JJ was buried. There's the tree, of course. And I'm told, the new owner told me that you can still see the disturbed ground where JJ was found. And there's the water in the pond, which is always not that full. But if you look over here, where the ground looks different, that's where he was. You know, it's wild to look at just at the property. The Daybells owned out till that fence line. But the fact that the police were able to find those kids relatively quickly that morning, it's just amazing police work. And obviously Alex's phone had pinged. So the question is, when he came here to bury JJ, as I mentioned earlier, there's that fence there he easily could have just pulled right up to. He had a pickup and driven back here and buried JJ. And that was they buried Tylee first over here. And so, you know, you come back, you bury JJ, easy access to the property. You could just drive right out here. And it is, you know, tucked away. The closest house, there's a house over there, there's a house over there. But if you're back here doing your business, whatever that might be, I don't know if they're really going to be watching, you know? Do you have any thoughts, honey?
Well, I think if there was a fire, you would see it from some of these adjacent houses, especially a big one.
Right.
No, there's just a somber feel here.
Yeah, it just feels sad, just eerie, just so tragic. You know, for those of you not from Idaho, around this time of year in the
The
fall,
reason we're
a lot of
watching this is
people,
because the
especially
house
on
was
acreage, will
torn
burn
down
the debris,
today.
leaves, burn piles of leaves. So this was the burial site of Tylee Ryan. You can see that all of the stones around the pavers around the fire pit have been removed. And this is where those officers for days sifted through this dirt piece by piece, trying to find any remains belonging to Tylee, and where they found that bucket of flesh, the green bucket that was underneath the ground, and a big cement piece, and just horrible
I'm
stuff.
eating.
And if you pan down, I mean, this is the condition. It's loose dirt. But I mean, imagine being out here on a hot summer day, going through all this, and knowing too that once you found her, that the smell was just horrific, just horrendous. And so, to give you a frame of reference, she was here and JJ was right over here. And
Chad
they found
Daybell,
JJ first.
his house.
So when they found him, everybody kind of stopped, went over there, realized they had found him, called the coroner. Chad was arrested down the street. They worked to remove him. And then the focus changed to right here. And again, this is right here. And here's the shed. Here's the barn area. So it's relatively close. Erica, my wife, was saying that she thought it might be bigger, more spread out. And it is, you know, spread out if you're in a big city and you're used to really compact lots, but it's actually pretty close. Barn, shed, you know, you can get to one place to another in a minute or so. Chad Daybell's home. Within the coming weeks, the new owners are really looking to tear all this down. They want all the buildings down. They want the home down. As I said, the power's been shut off. There is water to half the property, but you know, that's probably.
Okay, guys. I just wanted to, there's not much more to this video. Yeah, the house was torn down today or yesterday. Oh no, today it was being torn down today. So, that is where we are on that. We also have a video. I just am hearing about this because I was out of pocket yesterday. We are now at 54 minutes into the jury watch. Now we're going to come over to the sheriff situation that happened, I guess, yesterday, where a sheriff officer was shot a judge.
Has received a call shortly before 3 p.m. In reference to shots being fired inside the Letcher County Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins.
He's a deputy
with several
sheriff.
Gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful. He was pronounced deceased on scene by Letcher County Coroner's office. At that time, preliminary investigation indicated that Letcher County Sheriff Mickey Sean Steins fired at District Judge Kevin Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse.
Now, was there any motive, or was this just, did he go there to do that, or what do you?
At this time, that's questions that we're still trying to get answers to. What led up to the actual shooting itself and the moments prior to.
Sir, did the shooting take place inside the judge's chambers?
That's correct.
Was anyone else present?
There was other people present inside the building as well.
But not inside the chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there video, a camera that's inside that chamber?
As far as I'm aware, I think there is video from within the facility.
Are you able to tell us where those gunshots were at on his body?
As far as locations, I do not. That's information that I don't know. And again, that's stuff that will be uncovered and identified later on.
How many shots?
At this time, we don't know.
Did you speak to any of the witnesses you mentioned?
Me personally, I did not. Every witness that was inside the building will be interviewed as standard protocol throughout the investigation.
The sheriff turned himself in.
That's correct. He was arrested on scene without incident shortly after officials arrived.
Do we know if he's personal?
At this time, I am unable to answer.
Do we know if he's cooperated yet? Or
As far as I know, yes.
Do we know what charges are pending for him?
Sheriff Steins was placed under arrest and transported to a correctional facility. He was charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree.
now, will the sheriff's office have any, will they be helping out with this investigation?
The Kentucky State Police will take the lead on this. Post 13 detectives will be carrying the investigation.
I know schools were placed on lockdown in the area and students were held back. Is there any advice or what is going to go on tomorrow with schools or businesses that might be interested in closing, staying open?
So this was an isolated incident. We did place the school on temporary lockdown because we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with. Once we were here and was able to clear the scene and deemed that there was no further threat to public, we went ahead and released that lockdown and they went on about their day.
There are a lot of rumors going on social media right now, and it seems tensions might be high within this community. Is there anything that you can say to people right now?
We could use everybody's prayers. Send prayers for the family that they get through this difficult time.
And from Laurel to Wrestle to now Letcher County, what is these past couple of weeks been like for the state police?
Very busy. It's been very busy, but that's what we're here to do. We're going to carry out and do our jobs in the way we need to.
Do you know how much longer you guys might be out here?
We should be able to clear the scene within the next 30 minutes.
Any idea what's next for the sheriff? I mean, what does this community do without a sheriff?
That will be handled by somebody else in the days coming. But as of right now, we'll continue to carry out our investigation.
From my understanding, this is the first time something like this has happened in this area. Can you confirm that?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know of anything of this magnitude.
And then I'm talking just with people in this area. Can you provide us, what are they saying to you? Are they angry? Are they sad?
As of right now, I've not had a chance to speak to very many people. It's been a very hectic and busy day. But this community is small in nature, and we're all shook.
And what are the next steps? I'm guessing send it for autopsy report.
That's correct. There'll be an autopsy conducted in the days coming, and just followed up on all the leads and make sure we conduct a thorough investigation.
Was it the sheriff's service pistol?
That I do not know.
Do you anticipate those people who were present will be helpful with the investigation?
I foresee so.
And do you know when the deputy was listed as a deputy here?
I'm sorry.
The sheriff. Do you know when he was appointed to sheriff?
He has, I think, spent 2 terms, so going on around 8 years.
Make sure it wasn't anyone else injured in this event.
There was no other injuries reported.
And where was he transported to? Sure.
To a correctional facility.
No specific location.
At this time, we're not going to release that information.
When something like this happens, the community obviously responds. Would you have any words of encouragement to them in the days to come?
We got to stick together and get through it one day at a time.
You mentioned an argument leading up to that. Do you have any information on the details on what?
The details I do not have at this time. We know that it was an argument between the two that led up, but what exactly transpired prior to the shots being fired, still things that we're trying to get answers to.
How long had Judge Mullins been in his position?
That I'm not sure. I don't have that readily available.
We have now hit 1 hour
No, it has been removed.
in deliberations.
Who appoints the sheriff? Like, who appoints? Who's going to become?
So as far as the process that's going to take place in the days, I'd let somebody else comment on that, and they would probably be better suited to answer that question for you.
Anything else you figured out we didn't ask?
This time, no.
Do you know when the sheriff will have a court appearance?
I do not. That will probably not be scheduled until a later date.
And do you know if the body will be sent to Frankfurt? Or?
To the medical examiner's office. That's correct.
Is the courthouse going to be shut down for any amount of time?
I have not been briefed on that. That is something that those officials will have to work through and decide what's best for not only the community, but the officials that work inside that building as well.
What can you tell us about the scene? Is it very gruesome? You know, what is it?
As of right now, we don't have any of that information to share.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Please call Letcher County
Oh,
Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area. Absolutely.
sorry.
Please call shortly before 3 p.m. In reference to shots being fired inside the Letcher County Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful. He was pronounced deceased on scene by Letcher County Coroner's Office. At that time, preliminary investigation indicated that Letcher County Sheriff Mickey Sean Steins fired at District Judge Kevin Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse.
Now, was there any motive, or was this just? Did he go there to do that, or what?
At this time, that's questions that we're still trying to get answers to. What led up to the actual shooting itself and the moments prior to.
Sir, did the shooting take place inside the judge's chambers?
That's correct.
Was anyone else present?
There was other people present inside the building as well.
But not inside the chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there video, a camera that's inside that chamber?
As far as I'm aware, I think there is video from within the facility.
Are you able to tell us what those guns come from?
Same question, so we're not going to worry about. We're not going to watch this anymore. I'm going to pop back over here. Started a new poll. Okay, go into Discord. Y'all, I am struggling to stay awake. Oh, okay, Miss Mary Kay, I got you. Oh, I know. I thought that. I'll go. I didn't want to say anything, but I like the voice. Not bad on the eyes either. Shh. Okay, guys, I am so sleepy. I am beyond sleepy. I didn't think I was going to be this tired today. I mean, I got to bed at a decent hour. Let me see what else is on. I got a notification. Hold on. I can't find anything good live. Come on, go lives. I don't want home. Go back. Well, that's what I was thinking about. I'm Googling it. My YouTube is not cooperating. Okay, here's the police full interrogation of Miss Sarah Boone.
I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair at the blue.
Let me know if that's too loud. Pretty loud to
Appreciate
me.
you coming in. Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you about these never. We have a moment.
I need to change the volume.
So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights?
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to listen to the
right.
right.
But since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? Sure. All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the
Let's
doctor.
go back over that again because that was not the full rights. I don't think. I want to hear it one more time.
Okay. I'm gonna have you sit in the green
Aw.
chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So
what the heck
this
are they
morning we
talking
went to
about?
his autopsy. And
we're not going to get very far. The verdict's going to come before I get past all this. What the heck then are they talking about when they say they didn't read her rights? That was the full rights.
We were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder.
He did.
He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
I also too. He fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know, and he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. What about the scratches?
We had too much
Because
fun
there's
the
also
other night.
sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on the back of his neck, kind of going, but it's going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. They occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. Yeah. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then into Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
consider
not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
Then how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
absolutely
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
It's already washed.
Okay.
What good is
I
that?
have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day. We've had
It was a good
days
day.
lately. Even considering everything that's going on with our
It's
jobs,
a good
life in
day.
general, and
We're moving
ex-wives and
along.
everything.
Yes, it's a good day.
It's been good.
Look at anything
Like,
go
I don't even know where
wrong.
this is coming from.
Good day from morning.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably,
Nope.
you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about
If he's
any
coming
of that,
after
but most
you,
of the
he's
time
going to
when
come
I
after
sleep,
you
I go
upstairs
over
when you
there.
try and go to sleep.
So
it's not going to be just
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing, every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording like that you were not drunk. He was not drunk. You guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being
I can't get drunk. Okay, woman, you've already been, they've had people already at your house when you've been drinking. It wasn't the first call they ever made to her house, right? Didn't they have other calls? And darling, I've never heard anybody but me say I can't get drunk. Now, no, I haven't seen the full thing. I can get tipsy, but I can't get drunk. Do you know why? Because alcohol, even if I drink this much wine, puts me to sleep. I drink alcohol, I go to sleep so fast and so hard. Now, I'm sure if I could stay awake and I drank enough fast enough and like guzzled it like a funnel, I'd be drunk off my butt till I fell asleep. But I never say I can never get drunk. I say I usually I would go to sleep before I could get drunk. Tipsy? Probably. I don't drink. Maybe a half a glass of wine a year. I normally don't drink. Every once in a while, a little half a shot of moonshine. But anyway, I do not believe it when people say they can't get drunk. That to me is that's a sign of a lie. And there are multiple calls. Oh gosh, why? I need energy, guys. Give me good vibes for energy. I need energy. I'm plummeted.
Having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So
good for you, babe.
I'm just saying you're making it
Good
sound
for you.
like
Thank
he's
you.
a raging alcoholic today. And
enjoyed my time.
yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know.
If I fall asleep, somebody yell real loud.
You guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out. I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
You sound
Sunday was
like
one of the
you're
better
on
days that we have
something
had
here.
in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time and just being happy kind of thing.
Don't worry. Be happy.
He doesn't know. I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday?
You sounded cray-cray,
How were you?
honey.
Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
Yeah, about
over.
this much.
I'll be back, y'all.
And then that you had I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, because
sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time, what happens is because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
Is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him, because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind, because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
But you said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
Nope. When I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because.
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters. Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about like
what's
the
going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he
Mary.
wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing
Together. Really?
In the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what? We're here. It is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself.
Oh.
And I tried in every way, shape, and form.
Are you the
Ask
savior?
Everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And
I never stopped.
Trying to.
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't. I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea.
Don't bring God into this.
Them.
Don't
Nobody
bring the
touched
Lord into
anybody.
this. We don't bring the Lord into this.
Anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general?
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was out.
They're being smart. They're letting this woman run her mouth off 100 miles a minute because she's screwing herself up so bad.
At work when he was working.
If you ever find yourself in a little room with just a table and chairs inside of a police or sheriff or FBI or whatever office, and they have little cameras, you are a suspect.
42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers. And we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry.
The only time probation officer is going to call her is if he skipped bail. They don't talk to other people. Not unless you give them consent, and there is a huge reason to do so. But no, I don't believe that. In fact, I'll ask somebody I know, a probation officer.
For what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong.
Oh, yes. It's good pop.
But he's changed. He changed.
He changed. Oh
And
my
that's why you're
God.
still with him.
It's a
Even though he's
miracle.
done all these things to you. And
When I tell you I love him, I love him.
I love him. I love him. I love him. I love you, man.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him
I
out
know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, But before, he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike, and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know, too, what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's going to do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got, like, a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs, maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? I don't, you kind of like lost me. Like when, what are you
talking about? It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
no, I'm just saying like previously why the incidents, what happened is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could.
About what time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower or.
Like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then.
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like. Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there and just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started to listen to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just,
Mary.
Come on. okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me? You two
And
are
then you
grown
went upstairs,
adults.
and then he didn't come up, and you came down.
Grown adults don't
And the
do
suitcase
this.
was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there,
Yes.
and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I mean,
we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously,
No.
I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So
really.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No.
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Hold up, we got something. Sorry, I was in the restroom. Forgive me. I didn't realize it because we were in the restroom. What do we have? What's going on with the feed? Possibly. We come with a verdict that quick, I am going to be shocked. Really shocked. Let me get over here. Someone said verdict reach, but I don't know. So something's going on. So we'll leave that for a moment. Momento. You were on a wreck on Wednesday? Oh no. Oh, you were a wreck on Wednesday. Yeah, I understand, babe. I am so sorry. Yep. And on top of that, they they also have to wait for everyone to be here. So, wow. Let's look at our poll. We had 37% 2 to 4 hours, 42% 4 to 6 hours, 0% for 6 to 8, 2 days, 21%. Verdict is in. Jason Riddle, how are you? Oh, Lordy have mercy. So I may actually, guys, I have a big assignment I got to get done. And so when this is done, as if once verdict and all that's done, I'll be off for the rest of the day. We will be having members only live tomorrow. So if you are not a member, please become a member because I'd like to have you on the live because I don't know what we're going to do yet, but I'm going to figure it out. I'm not, it's when it's this quick, it's usually, yeah, guilty. I think the only question they had to decide on was she or was she not competent? Was she mentally unstable at the time of the act? She's got a vest on. She's got no waist. I could see the shape of the vest in the back. She's got a vest on. That's not uncommon. Not uncommon. If I was in Vegas, I'd bet that she did just by the way that looked on her. Underneath it, she's got a white vest. I don't know when or what it's going to be. There's the father, stepfather. Excuse the sirens on my end. I know a lot of people think that she would be. See, that's not that white collar there, and it's under her sleeves. When she's walking, you see the harsh line, and you can see the Velcro strap on the back. That is a protection gear. That is not uncommon. I know I have two. I got two of them. But anyway, they will most likely, she will spend the rest of her youth in juvie and then the rest of her adult life serving time in the federal pen for adults. They do have some higher security juvie facilities. See that is definitely a vest. She is so scared. She knows it. Wow. He is supporting her. FYI, Ronnie, he supports her. I think he feels that she snapped. Yeah. He loves her. Oh, she was crying the first day. But he loves her. Someone said, if you can step away from the emotional side of it and just see a 14-year-old girl, think about how scared she must feel. Verdict was reached in under 2 hours. They've prepared her. They have got to have prepared her for this. She knows. Verdicts that come back this quick are never good. Well, I can't say never. Very seldom. I think he did. Well, it was under 2 hours. We didn't even have that. It was under 2 hours. 1 hour and 57 minutes. Y'all were close. He wanted to adopt her. That's not his blood daughter, but emotionally, that is his daughter. Somewhere I heard where he wanted to actually take steps to adopt her. I have to say, the state did a good job on their closing. I thought they did. I mean, I think it was almost 100% towards the state. Hold on. So oh, I wonder if that's his mother right there. Her other grandmother. I love you. I love you. I can rip lead. I can rip lead. And I got to tell you something. When that judge says 10 minutes and those people aren't there, they will go ahead and start. He will not wait for her family. And I know they're all going to be crying. Both sides made some good arguments and some weak ones. I was a bit annoyed with the prosecutor leaning into stereotypes. It's not the face of insanity. Well, I will have to say that I struggle with her the doctors that labeled her with 7 different mental illnesses that 99% you can't even diagnose until adulthood. So that's where I lost it with that particular person when he started throwing every diagnosis in the book on her. If he would have stuck with 1, maybe 2, I probably would have believed him more. So
All right, please be seated.
okay.
All right.
Yeah,
The court's been
definitely a
informed that the jury's
action
reached a
test.
verdict. I say this in every case. One half of this room, I don't know which half, is going to be upset. Do not add injury to insult. These people did not ask for this job. They didn't want the job. The state and the defense forced them into the job. You will not approve the jury's verdict, and you will not disapprove of the jury's verdict, or you will go to jail. It is a 30-day jail sentence for every outburst. I'm going to give anyone who does not believe that they are able to control their emotions the opportunity to leave the courtroom at this time. Would anybody like to leave? All right, Mr. Bailiff, please bring in the jury.
Whoa. I'm changing feeds because the feed
Do
is
not
difficult.
add injury to insult. Did not ask for this job. They didn't want the job. The state and the defense forced them into the job. You will not approve the jury's verdict, and you will not disapprove of the jury's verdict, or you will go to jail. It is a 30-day jail sentence for every outburst. I'm going to give anyone who does not believe that they are able to control their emotions the opportunity to leave the courtroom at this time. Would anybody like to leave? All right, Mr. Bailiff, please bring in the jury.
No, he's not playing around. This is tense. If you get a feed that tells you before mine, do not spoil it. No spoilers. Don't spoil it if you know, because some feeds get it quicker than others.
You can sit right there, ma'am. Ma'am, I see you're holding some papers. The jury been able to reach a verdict in any of these counts. All right, if you would, please hand the paper to the bailiff. Ms. Gregg, please rise and come to the podium, along with your attorneys. All right, the verdicts appear to be in proper form. Verdict of the jury is count one. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Count two. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Count three. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Please be seated, Ms. Gregg. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is custom for the court to poll the jury. I have to do it each time. And for each count, I'm not being rude. The quickest way for me to get through this is to simply point at you and you answer out loud. As to count one, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes. Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? You got to answer out loud, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes. On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes. Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? That verdict is proper and unanimous. As to count two, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes. Sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Yes. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes. On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Count three, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict?
Now comes the sentencing phase.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? All right, all three verdicts appear to be unanimous. The court will enroll the verdict. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
That girl
you haven't returned a verdict of guilty in count
They
one.
did
and
not
count two of the
believe any
indictment.
mental
We'll now
illness
proceed to the sentencing phase of
caused
the
this
trial.
behavior.
State of Mississippi may call its first witness.
Your Honor, the state has no witnesses. We would just ask that the court adopt the previous testimony that the jurors have heard, with the exception of we seek to introduce one photograph.
All right. State wishes to move to adopt and incorporate by reference the record of the guilt phase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Show your piece of evidence to the other side.
I like this judge.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all approach.
He's scary. He gets a little, ooh, but he needs to. I guess the jury, what? Yep, they are. I'm not sure what she understood at 14, but a lot of kids think that when they commit crimes at that age, even that kind of heinous crime, that they're not going to get tried as adults. Now, reality is sitting in for her. Mm-hmm. You know, as heinous as this is, she has more people supporting her than most people do. Maybe with the love of these people and the support that they can give her, he's like, it's going to be okay. That maybe if she gets back into society at any point, maybe she'll have some kind of life. The lady said, it's okay. She, no, it's not. I'm done. I'm going to prison.
All right,
What
stage
the-
move to adopt and incorporate by reference the record of the guilt phase of the trial. The court will grant that request. The state
My
have any
cat
other
just did a
witnesses it wishes to
standing
call?
jump. I'm like, what are you jumping at?
All right, defense may call any witnesses.
We don't have any witnesses, Your Honor.
All right.
No
The
witnesses.
defense not calling any witnesses. Attorney's approach. Does the defense rest its case in chief as to sentencing?
He may.
Do you also move to adopt and incorporate by reference the record? All right. Y'all approach.
Wade Wilson probably does, but I'm talking about for her young age, who she ended life of. I wonder which set of grandparents this is. Yep. Yeah. And they may choose to, because it's called denial, they may choose to believe her mental illness and move past what she did. I get that. There are people in my ex-husband's case,
Ladies
no matter
and
what
gentlemen,
side
the
you're
both
on,
sides agreeing to rely on the testimony from the guilt phase
very
that
big
will further
split
instruct you
in
at this
what
time.
people believe and who they
You, the
support.
jury, have found the defendant guilty of the crime of first-degree murder in count one. You must now decide whether to impose either a sentence of life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections or life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole. The court instructs the jury that you should consider the following factors in making your decision. 1, the defendant's chronological age. 2, the defendant's family, home, and environment. 3, the circumstances of the homicide offense. 4, the defendant's incompetencies associated with youth. And 5, the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. The court instructs the jury that when all 12 of you reach and agree upon the defendant's sentence for first-degree murder, you shall return the sentence in one of the following forms. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections, your verdict will be as follows. Quote, count one. Quote, as to count one, we the jury sentence the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment. Close quotes. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole, your verdict will read as follows. Quote, as to count one, we the jury sentence the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. Close quote. If you cannot agree to the sentence for the defendant as to first-degree murder, your verdict will be as follows. Quote, as to count one, we the jury are unable to affix the punishment. Close quote. You, the jury, have found the defendant guilty of the crime of attempted murder in count two. You must now decide whether to impose either a sentence of life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections or life imprisonment in the
I think she may get it
custody of
with the
Department of
possibility
Corrections
due
with
to
the
her
possibility
age.
of parole. The court instructs the jury that you should consider the following factors in making your decision. 1, the defendant's chronological age. 2, the
Yes, there
defendant's
will be
family
an
and home
appeal.
environment. 3,
Always.
the circumstances of the homicide
Especially in
offense.
this level.
4, the defendant's incompetencies associated with youth. And 5, the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. The court instructs the jury that when all 12 of you reach and agree upon the defendant's sentence for attempted murder, you shall return the sentence in one of the following forms. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections, quote, as to count 2, we the jury sentence the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, to life imprisonment, close quote. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole, your verdict will read as follows, quote, as to count 2, we the jury sentence the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, close quote. If you cannot agree to the sentence for the defendant as to attempted murder,
Always
your verdict
do an
will read as
appeal.
follows, quote, as to count 2, we the jury
It's
are
her
unable
right.
to affix the punishment, close quotes.
Yes, they do have to file the appeal within 30 days.
First closing by the state as to sentencing.
Let me answer a few of these
Mr.
before
Bailiff, 7
you
and a
get
half.
there. Okay. They do have 30 days. Also, some states have life like 33 years or whatever. I don't know what their life is in Mississippi. But they have 30 days to file for an appeal. In a case like this, I don't think I ever recall anybody not appealing it. But it takes years. And yeah. Which, unfortunately, she will probably, if they get with the possibility of parole, 20 to 25 years before that's even a possibility. And this is true. There's a chance that she could get worse. But if they allow her to stay in juvie until she becomes an adult, there's more services for them in most states.
You wish a 2-minute warning or a 1-minute
I
warning?
feel bad,
1 minute.
but at the same time, She took a life.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been here for 5 days now. Over 5 days, we've heard about this terrible crime that was committed by Carly Gregg. You have to consider her chronological age. We can't change that. She's 15 years old. In the eyes of the law, we talked about this on Monday, Carly Gregg is an adult. You do get to consider her age, but that's not the only factor you consider when you determine whether or not to send her to prison for life. We'd ask that she be sent to prison for life without the possibility of parole, and let me tell you why. When you consider her family and home environment, ladies and gentlemen, by all accounts, the defendant has told you she had a loving home. She had parents that adored her. She had every opportunity, more opportunities than most kids. She was advanced in school. She had guitar lessons. They took her to equestrian therapy. They took her to counseling. She had the opportunity to have medication. Nothing was enough for her. She still committed these heinous crimes. Nothing. Her home life was a perfect home life. When we talk about these factors and
What I feel bad for who she could have been. I feel sorrow and grief over a life that could have been. I'm not feeling bad that she's getting punished for what she did.
Miller, that usually comes up when we talk about these defendants that have been grown up on the streets when their parents weren't present. Now, did Carly have a dad that she didn't love or had problems? Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not enough.
He is a great judge.
That's not
Please.
enough for her to be able to walk the streets. She murdered someone. She attempted to murder her stepdad. Her family life and her dad being on drugs is not enough. The circumstances of the homicide, I don't have to tell you that. Y'all just lived it. You watched it. You saw those awful photographs. You had to watch that terrible video. We listened to Ashley Smiley's last sayings.
Come on, baby.
We heard from Heath Smylie on that 911 call, the desperation. He said, help me. Help me. Ladies and gentlemen, those crimes were awful. She has shown zero remorse. Zero remorse for what she has done. Let's talk about her ability for rehabilitation. The defendant's own expert during the guilt phase of this trial said, you know, she's on this medicine, she's fine. But if you believed that, ladies and gentlemen, you would have believed that she was having some disassociated spell at the time of the crime and that she's continuing to have these disassociated spells. And obviously no one's buying that, right? We don't know why she committed these crimes, but we know she did. And we know that she is a danger to society. If she is given the possibility of parole, no one in this room knows how long she will stay there. We cannot guarantee she will stay there 1 year or 10 years. We have no control over that. Ladies and gentlemen, we watched one of the most heinous things that I believe most of you will ever see in your life. Please.
She's so smart.
Do not let this lady have the possibility of parole.
So
If she were
brilliant.
paroled, nothing would stop her from walking into a school. Nothing would stop her from walking into a shopping mall. Nothing would stop her from walking into the grocery stores. Nothing would stop her from being in the movie theaters. Ladies and gentlemen, she is dangerous. She may look like a little girl. They may have said she's sweet little Carly, but unfortunately, we all know that that's not true. We will ask, and I will ask you again when we stand back before you, that you sentence Ms. Gregg to life in prison without the possibility of parole for both the murder of her mother, Ashley Smylie, and the attempted murder of her stepfather, Heath Smylie. Thank you.
Argument says sentencing by the defense. How much of a warning would you like, Mr. Camp? 2 minutes. 15 minutes total.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to tell you, this is probably the most difficult thing I've ever had to do. respect your jurors, and I respect your verdict, and I totally understand that. And now I'm in front of you. Carly Gregg, when this happened, was 14. She's 15 now. Her family's sitting on the front row. Her grandparents, which are Ashley's mother and father, have been supportive during this whole process. Heath Smylie, who's the victim in this case, he has been supportive. This is a family that's been torn apart because of this. This is extremely, extremely difficult on all them. And I know the state is up here saying that she's this heinous individual. And you've heard a lot of testimony that that's not who Carly is. You heard the counselors, Ms. Kirk. She couldn't believe it happened. Nobody knows why it happened. You have the opportunity to not make this worse on the family. You have three options. You can do life without parole, you can do life with parole, or you can let the judge make the determination. In this case,
Don't argue that
we would
at
ask
all.
you to let the judge make the determination. We don't want you to give her a sentence for life in prison. Life in prison is life in prison.
Oh, so we want the judge to do it. What?
She can come out of this at some point. And you were hearing she can walk out of here in 10. We don't, first of all, we don't know. Usually it's a lot longer than that. I mean, a lot longer. So I don't want you to, go back in that room and think, oh, if you come back and say she gets parole.
Done.
It's not a short sentence at all.
Correct, Haley Mouse. Correct.
We
Is
would
that
ask
better?
you to allow the judge to make the sentence, because the judge understands. I'm not saying y'all don't. I mean, you don't have the ability, so don't get me wrong on that.
We just don't want it on your
He
conscience.
knows, and the court knows what we're actually looking at with times. And so please, in this situation, please let the judge make the sentence in this case.
But does Mississippi have a maximum life years? Because sometimes some states have like 33, 44.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Camp is right.
She does need hope.
You may
She
never
needs
know
Jesus.
the reason why Carly killed her mom and attempted to kill her stepdad. And for me, that's even scarier than knowing why. Because if we don't know why, what's to say it won't happen again? We don't know. It is terrible for the family.
You can cry yourself dry.
Family
She's
has
probably
nothing
been
to
crying
do
in the
with it.
back
I
room
cannot
waiting
imagine
for
what
verdict.
any of them have gone through. We talked in Ward Ire about how sometimes the victims cooperate with the prosecutor and the prosecution, and sometimes they don't. We don't always know why. But I know this. My office represents the citizens of Rankin County, and my office is asking you to please sentence Ms. Gregg to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've received you've heard the arguments. I'm going to ask you, I'll send you back the instructions. I'm going to ask that you retire to begin your deliberations. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. My bad. Sorry.
I don't know which half is going to be upset. I'll send you back the instructions. I'm going to ask that you retire to begin your deliberations. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Mm. Poor girl.
Mr. Bailiff, they still have the verdicts, the evidence.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would take those to them. All right, we'll be in recess till such time as the jury reaches its verdict regarding sentencing.
She just has to go back to the. Yes, you got to go back. At least they didn't handcuff her right there. But see the back? That is a vest on her back. You can see it. Yeah, look them up, Toxic. It is sad. It is horrible. It is sad. A life lost. She ended the life of her mother. No one wins. It's multiple lost lives. The family is very devastated, as you can see. I think that's his mother. I think that they look alike. This is grandma on her side. I think this is, I don't know who that is, but it is devastating to the family. They lost the mother. Now they've lost the child. Um, she should be punished. I'm not saying that, but she's young enough. If it's done right, there may be some redeeming. Redemption is there in many ways. So we'll see how that goes. Mm, what? Which one? Oh, Civil War Museum in Texas is having to be forced to close. Oh. Civil War museums are cool. Well, I love museums. I find it interesting. I've never heard an attorney ask a jury to not decide and allow the judge to do so because he felt that the judge has a better understanding. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. Oh, when is the playoff? When is Bristol? When is that? I'm a NASCAR fan, guys, and something just popped up. I was born in Bristol, Tennessee. Um, and the race was in Bristol. My daddy, I'm a twin, and my daddy has a picture of me and my twin on the. He worked for NASCAR, and he took us down to the track when we were coming home from the hospital. Awesome, thank you. Sorry. I had dog hair on my keyboard. Mm. I'll look it up later. So, Sarah Boone, we don't know yet. Does anybody know? Have we heard if the judge has decided yet to delay? Do we know? Anybody know? Just curious. Just curious. Uh, yeah, but you know what? Sometimes they can be harder on the defendant than the actual um, jury. They could. They could. Mm, I don't know. We'll find it later. Oh, let me take the poll down. Let me end the poll. It's so hard. I mean, there's so many thoughts going through my head. I felt okay. Poll thought 47, 2 to 4 hours. We were within 3 minutes of that. If, if, if she really is as smart as they say she is, she can do a lot of good in prison. Yep. People can. Tonight, NASCAR's tonight. I got to get my paper done. I like night races. But anyway, oh god, Lord have mercy. In the end, nobody went, and we know that. It's just so hard because she's so young. She just threw away her life. I'm obsessed with this lip gloss, y'all. Absolutely obsessed. I need to figure out what I'm going to do for Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live. Hold on. Be right back. Come on, baby girl, let's go. Go get him. Go get him. Get in there. Okay, I'm back. I apologize. My little puppers is having a wee bit of pottying problem. Well, she's just going a lot. Sound is all the way up. There's no sound in the courtroom. Yeah, we have a little ding when people come into the shop. So when you hear that and I disappear, it's because I have to get the door for them and then help them. And then my puppers had to go outside and she's all. So little one's getting green bean and pumpkin tonight. That is something that, by the way, those are really good for dogs. Natural, and it really does work. Oh, and 4 a.m. You poor thing. You poor thing. I'm trying to get my ears where I can hear, and the devastation on those people's faces. They're home. They can't decide. Get my banky. I'm gonna after I get this paper written, I'm gonna take time before tomorrow's membership live that I'm going to be decorating for fall. You guys, please subscribe, and we do have memberships, and I would love to have you a part of our family. There's a lot of people here who are not members or subscribed. So please, if you haven't already subscribed, it doesn't cost you anything, and it blesses me so. Blesses me so. Mm. Guys, we are so close to 80,000 views. We only need 160 more views to hit 80,000. Oh my gosh. And that's been in 4 months. That's freaking amazing. You didn't answer the door when the police were there? Girl. Oh, she's been hysterical. They're going to put her on self-harm watch. That's normal. It's not going to be nice. She's going to be in
Correct
this
bailiffs inform me if the jury has a question.
heavy hard vinyl cape. It's going to be horrible.
Jury's question is, what is life in prison without parole? Question mark, ears wise. Attorneys can approach, look the note.
In other words, they're wanting to know in this state, is life 40 years, 50 years, or is it truly life? And I get the question.
Anybody need to review any further? No. All right, we'll mark this C next to number for ID purposes only. All right. Well, the truth of the matter is that the truthful answer to that question is nobody knows. However, typically all the court can say is something to the effect of, you have received all of the evidence and instructions in this case, please continue your deliberations. I'll hear arguments from the state as to response.
Thank you, Kristen.
By the defense.
No argument, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Butler or Ms. Eaton to write that out. Y'all know my handwriting's bad.
You know your limitations, Your Honor. I respect that. I do. Well, in some states, there's a max to life. Part of it is because if you're 40 years old and commit the same crime and you get life and you live to your 75 and you'd pass away, okay, that's 35 years. But if you're 14 and get life and you live to your 75, that's a lot different. Some years have caps of life being 50 years.
Approach one more time, look at the note, make sure you agree that's what it says.
Sometimes, so I can understand the question. If we give her life, does that mean she serves until her last breath?
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Butler to make a copy of that.
He's saying it's okay.
I'll mark the copy C next to number for ID purposes only. The bailiff will take the original back to the jurors.
Oh, down the street. Sometimes they knock because somebody down the street ran into your yard.
I'll take a copy.
You don't know.
The copy of the note will be marked C next to number, C4 for ID purposes only. Mr. Bailiff, you can take that note to the jury. We'll be in recess till the jury reaches a verdict.
I'm out. That's what he says. So they're looking at life. Poor grandpa. Yeah, that's true too. Hey, that's why I have a little lead shooter. Hold on. My daughter checking in. Yep. Oh, that was a game I was going to play with some of y'all because we got people from all over. I love some of the words that people, I love language. And I think it's cool to find out what other people call things like restroom, loo. You know, it's sad that the reality is there's no just cause for the unaliving. You know, if they were in a fight and somebody was getting beaten up and she thought that they were going to die and she unalived to save one and maybe missed or what happened or, but there was no just cause for this. Oh, gee, gads, water. If you ever have dogs that are fighting, water is usually a good trick to get them to separate. Douse them with water. But if one of them is really trying to in the life of another one, once that happens, yep, it's hard. Hard. So, oh, excuse my yawning. I'm going to get some good sleep tonight. And I think tomorrow or maybe tonight, if I can get everything done in time and get home, I need to clean out my front storage in front of my house, the little thing we have, because I'm gonna start getting camping gear and I need to put it in there. I don't want to say it too loud because I don't want my kids to know yet. Oh, yes, you're right. You are right. Those are erasers. And that reminds me, I was going to do my commercial and you beat me to it. I was thinking about it before I had to leave my desk and I didn't come back to it. You guys, we have a sponsor. Where's her? Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. We'd like to welcome As the Gavel Drops as one of our sponsors and partners in crime. If you love crime reading and you love diving into documents and you want to keep up with almost 500 cases, go to Discord As the Gavel Dropped, link below, and join us in this fabulous community. We would love to have you come in and help us find documents and help us do research if you like that kind of thing. But As the Gavel Drops is the go-to for most YouTubers out there to find the court documents that we use in our lives. Thank you, all the mods at Gavels Drop, As the Gavel Drops, for your hard work. We couldn't do this without you. So we have toxic. Yep. You know, it would be nice to see Carly get a really good education because she can get one if she wants it in prison. Yeah, thongs instead of flip-flops. Yeah, biscuits instead of cookies. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things. But anyway, it's going to take her a while to settle through this. They're going to have her on a self unaliving watch. That is hard because she's in a room. There's nothing in there with her. They have her in what I call a padded gown, nothing else on. Very, very humiliating, but it is for her own good. They will give her therapy and counseling, of course. Tissues instead of Kleenex, yep. And after a certain period of time, a couple weeks probably, she might be able to get her first visit with her family. The one thing is in juvie, I don't know how they run their visits. Each jail and prison are different, but My main concern at this point, are they going to keep her in jail in juvie until she's 18, or are they going to remand her to a adult facility? I have watched some documentaries where they actually have juvie for convicted hard criminals, which is what she is. It's not just your petty theft juvie. It's designed for children who will be transitioning up into a mainstream prison. I'm just curious as to what they're going to do with her. And I really hope that her family will fight for her and advocate for her to get the help she needs. Unfortunately, she's no longer in their control. She's a ward of the government. She belongs to the state. She is not her own person, and they have no rights. Yeah. I have loads of friends in the UK, Haley, so we often compare different aspects between UK because I still say that we drive on the right side of the road. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We drive on the right side. So let me see what I can get for us to watch. I think what we're going to do as a part of the what's today's date? 20th. No, tomorrow night is the race. I think what we're going to do for Saturday night. Oh gosh. The race is Saturday night. I'm in trouble. I think it's Saturday night. Dang it. I just might do our live on Sunday because I can't miss NASCAR. Gosh, I haven't seen Miss Connie Chung in ages. Oh my gosh, she's old, but still fabulous. I miss Miss Connie Chung. Have y'all seen Miss Connie Chung? Here, let me show you Connie Chung. There's Miss Connie Chung. And do you know what was real sweet? Is look who was helping fix her hair. Look how beautiful. She aged well. Y'all, Connie Chung was amazing. If you don't know who Miss Connie Chung is, you need to go find out who Miss Connie Chung is. She was fabulous. Okay. Kleenex is the name brand. That's true. I say tissue. I say tissue. Although my longest time I used to carry hankies. That was what I thought was the proper thing to do. Was go and carry some hankies. Uh I will okay, some of you asked me and I'm going to explain something. I will not be covering the Diddy, P Daddy, whatever trial. There's some things that hit too close to home for me, and I'm just not going to go there. I'm just not. I can't. Did you have your initials embroidered? Yes, did the embroidery work myself. I have a tendency to call people things here like sod, and people look at me like I'm crazy. Well, there you go. Bollocks. I like that word. We have tissue too, and toilet paper. I say is bath tissue. I call them toiletries. Canada, we usually call Kleenex, even though the company left Canada. Toilet roll, toilet paper, convenience paper, since we now have our comfort breaks. Bollocks. I wonder if I should switch to that. Is that really that bad of a cuss word? Just curious. Is that bad of a cuss word? Is that safe on YouTube? Is that safe to say? Am I going to get in trouble? Kitchen roll, kitchen towel, paper towels. I'm trying to find more information on that judge that got shot, is what I'm trying to do. I don't want to see that. Anybody have any more news on that? Let me know. Ooh, what's this?
Stand up.
Tea towels, yep.
On September 21st, 2023, airport officers responded to a service call regarding a fight at a restaurant. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the suspect had vandalized multiple businesses, spat on an individual, and struck an elderly woman with a closed fist, resulting in a minor laceration.
Yeah.
This guy will tell you what's going on. I was just walking up, and you hear this loud bang, and I guess a younger woman hit this elderly woman in the face with a phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You hear this loud bang, and I guess a younger woman hit this elderly woman in the face with a phone. And the elderly woman's cut, she's bleeding down the side of her face. Then the woman went and spit in somebody else's face, and a bunch of us were trying to contain her.
So
went back down into Terminal
the
C.
individual hit two people?
Hit one person, spit in another woman's
Hit
face.
one, spin the other. Okay.
And they've been,
Okay. If okay.
so there's the elderly woman right there.
Hey, what's going on? Hey.
She has like all crazy
assaulted.
And both of them were. She spit on her and then knocked her with a cell phone.
Okay, you can show 19, 18, 19.
Of course, she was like in the way, but you can turn this up. She's screaming and yelling at her right here.
She did take the face of her cell phone, and that's what hit her.
That's what hit her, but you were in the way. Look at that. So right here is when she walks up to her and hits her. That's where she hits her. And then she.
What is life coming to when you can't even be?
She punched her with her hand. No, yeah. If you slow it down.
Glasses.
She went that way.
Charlie.
Can y'all hear this okay?
She was trying to find somewhere to hide because we.
Seems awfully loud in my ears. I just feel this constant.
She could have gone past us and gone down deep, but.
Okay. Is that video something you're able to possibly send to us?
Of course. This is her. And then this is where she's got glasses on. And then you can see where she spits on this lady right here in the paint. And you can't tell right here. This is because she was kind of in the way, but this is where she hits her. Right here. And then right here, that's where she hit her.
Yeah.
And then she's bleeding on the corner there, but that's where you would have been able to see it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, this is exactly where she hits her.
how long's the video?
Very angry. And she had knocked over a bunch of stuff on the desk there right before that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like.
Can you pull that video up?
Yeah.
And let me see if I can grab it. That's the beginning.
Here.
I mean, that's like your own mama getting hit, you know? It's like,
yeah,
makes me sick. Yeah.
I would have gone after her, but I was too scared. She was just smiling in the face as well.
I thought she was coming towards me when she saw my phone.
She definitely didn't go out the exit. No, we would have seen
Okay,
her.
that's it.
Yeah, she's definitely down that way.
So
Check the bathrooms.
the couple screenshots. Can you grab a couple of them?
Does someone have ability to let our flight know that we're like late now?
We'll get you there.
Okay.
We're not going to hold you here. In fact, you got a card?
Yeah, she's still down there, so somebody's got to find. She is on something.
She would have hit anybody who.
Okay, so here.
Yeah.
So that's Andrew
at-
Brennan, BRENNAN at
Got you.
FlyNashville.com.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you. Want to go look?
Yep.
We're going to go look.
What direction? Where? Okay. Did you just have somebody come through and knock all this off?
Well, yeah. We have a picture.
Was it a woman?
Yes.
I'm nosy. I'm black. I'm trying to see.
Was it a woman?
Yes.
I just need to see a picture of what she looks like. Thank you. Control 18. She just knocked a bunch of stuff off of Air Essentials too. I'm still trying to make contact.
After a 10-minute search, officers located her seated in the waiting area near one of the gates. Before approaching her, officers consulted with the victims to determine if they wished to press charges. When the victims declined, the officers proceeded to take her into custody on a disorderly conduct charge.
You want me to go ahead and take her for disorderly? All right, I'll take her for disorderly. All right, ma'am, my name is Officer Link with the Airport Police. You should go ahead and stand up. Stand up, please. Ma'am, stand up, put your hands behind your back. Stand up.
Do not resist.
Roll over.
Resist. Okay. Don't make this any worse than you've already made it. Okay. Come here. Do not resist.
Ma'am.
Put your hands behind your back. Do it now. Put your hands behind your back. Do it now.
Taser.
Hands behind your back.
Now.
Do it
Give
now.
me your hands.
She ain't gonna do it.
Put your hands behind your back. Do not resist. Do not resist. Okay? Do not resist. Okay? Thank you. Very good. Stop.
Stop
Do not
resisting.
resist. Okay?
You're making this more difficult on yourself. Roll over onto your stomach.
Do it now. Put your
They
hands
couldn't
behind
do
your
that
back.
to my arm.
Do it
I've
now.
had so many surgeries on my
Okay?
shoulder. I can't touch I can't even.
Do not resist.
That's as far as.
Do not resist. Being placed
That's
under
as far as
arrest by
mine
this
goes.
officer for disorderly conduct. Do you understand?
They did that to me, they'd break my shoulder. But they won't because there's no reason. I won't give them a reason to do that.
We may need that.
Yeah.
Stand up.
Yep, put her in the chair.
Put you in this chair, okay?
Okay, come on.
Are they going to get a wheelchair and put her in it?
Okay. Well,
You hang out there. That's fine.
she wants to do that. That's her thing. Okay. It's an additional charge. Resisting an officer. Hey, you want to sit up in a chair? Let's get you sit up in a chair. Come on, stand up.
Oh, she's smiling.
Okay.
She thinks this is funny. She's not going to walk.
Let me be in the chair. Let me in the fucking chair, bitch.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Okay. And you can relax.
Who's not relaxing?
Okay. There's no need for pulling away. There's no need for
Who's
language.
pulling away?
Okay.
You are.
I'm not playing games here.
I can sit the fuck up if I want to.
You can sit right here, just
Let
like
go
that.
of me.
Put your
No.
feet on the
Pedo.
ground. Okay.
Y'all want me to sit like this?
If that's what you want to do.
Calm down.
I want to. What are y'all waiting for?
A vehicle, since you don't want to walk.
I can sit the fuck up.
Where's your wallet at, ma'am?
Okay.
Where's your wallet at?
I don't have a wallet.
Okay.
Where's your ID at?
I don't have ID.
Okay.
In the airport.
I magically appeared. Yeah.
That one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Magically appeared in the airport. Okay.
Let's go.
Hear
Walk
me.
into a car. Stand up and walk. Get a chair. Get a chair. You don't need to do that. We're going to put you in a chair then.
Come on.
No, you don't want to walk. You ride in the chair.
Nope, you don't want to walk. You go in the chair.
I'll get the ride.
You going to walk now?
No, I want to ride. Y'all gonna show for me.
Okay.
I want to.
Additional charge.
Hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oh, this ain't going to be pretty.
Quit.
I'm walking that way, so
What is she on, man? She's pretty strong. Don't say skinny girls can't be strong, because I used to be one of those. Not her, but skinny, but super strong.
Come on, push me out.
I'll be right back.
Stop resist. Come on, push me out. That's right. That's right. That's right. Stop resisting.
Strap too.
She's good. She's not gonna have that. Okay, push me out.
That would be very unwise.
Additional charge, resisting stop, halt, frisk. Lead the way. Spitting. Second count, disorderly.
I'm going this way.
Hey, we can take the elevator.
Why can't we go through our water?
We need to take the elevator. We need to take the elevator.
I can carry it. We can carry it.
She's spitting.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Make your ass work.
You're making us do less work, actually.
Okay. Congratulations.
You need me to push her, Brendan?
So I'm being arrested for disorderly conduct.
Resisting stop, halt, frisk.
So what does disorderly conduct mean? What does disorderly conduct mean?
Well, you see and know everything, so look it up.
I don't know anything. This is funny.
Try to have a conversation with you.
I love it. Suck it up.
Be civil.
Whoever will broke it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Thank you.
They're still out deliberating.
What we're going to have you do is lean over the hood of this car. She's going to search you before you go in the patrol car. Do you have any questions?
I can't walk, so yeah, I'm figure it out. Yeah.
I don't want to drag her.
I don't want to touch her. Can I have a guy do it? I don't want her touching me.
Not resist.
I'm not here to resist.
Stand up.
Just search on the ground.
Take my glass off.
Do not resist.
I'm searching your person.
I don't want to break that. Look for 400.
Okay. Well, don't resist. Don't damage your glasses.
Y'all damage me.
We'll roll you over. Get you up. Okay? Do not resist. Do not resist. Okay? Okay, we're gonna help you sit up. We're gonna put you in the car.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, we're gonna put them right on you as soon as we get you in the car. Do not drag your feet. Walk to the car. Turn around. Yeah. But
Hold on, wait. I need my glasses.
we're gonna get you.
We'll get your glasses
after you get in the car.
Put on my face.
Nope, we're not. We're getting you in your car.
We don't want to see you damage your glasses by your actions.
I don't damage myself.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
She's got a lot of cuss words in her.
Thank you. Now can I have my glasses?
Get back.
Go get them. Promise you that. Put your feet on the floor. Do not resist. Sit up straight. Do not resist.
Nah, I'm ready to shut the fuck up. I need my glasses. Come on,
Sit
my
up
face.
straight. Sit up straight.
No, they're in my hair. Ooh, my bad.
Oh, really?
Up, no.
There you go. Sit up straight. Watch yourself.
Thanks, Hannah.
Good job, buddy.
Appreciate you.
That was worse than bull riding.
Okay. Appreciate you.
That is worse than bull riding, y'all. I'd rather ride a bull.
Everything okay?
Here.
She got out of the damn cuff.
We were not able to drag her out of the car. The hobble's in the front door.
She got out of the cuffs. How? Oh, she ain't getting out of this. Oh, they gonna hog tie her butt.
Trying to be nice to you. Stop resisting.
one's resisting. No one's resisting. We got just like you.
The other door crack, you said? I'm just gonna drag her through.
I'd hog tie her. Get hog ties. Whoa, watch your language. Yep, that's what they're going to do. They're going to pull her in on her stomach and hog tie her butt. Yep. Good luck getting her over. Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
I'll take you out of this hobble so you can walk.
Now they're in the jail. They're going to put the spit mask on her. They're going to put her in the chair. Mm-hmm. She's going to have it coming. If she don't cooperate.
Huh? I was just saying with me and Buckley. Trying to get out.
Can I not have my picture taken?
You have to.
I'm just 18.
Can you use your work phone?
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Why y'all so mad?
What's up?
I said, why y'all so mad?
I'm mad.
He's acting in the way. I know why he's acting.
The woman was charged with elder abuse, assaulting a first responder, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and vandalism. Share your thoughts below and remember to like and subscribe for more videos.
Wow. Y'all, that was something. Why do people have to make it harder on themselves? I do not know. Why do people make it much harder on themselves? How are y'all doing? How y'all hanging in there? Oh, I'm looking. Well, yeah, and you heard me bleeping. Oh my gosh, it was like bleep, 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 bleep. That was insane. Gosh, Sally Fields is in the news. I haven't heard that name in ages. I am searching, you guys. I was wondering, I guess she's a minor. We're not going to get it. Shoot. I'm looking for. Should we continue with the Sarah Boone interrogation? We can do that.
You have the password. He has the facial recognition.
I've not
so
watched
it's
the
not like
entire.
someone
I've
else
watched
would
parts.
Be on your phone.
No, I have both.
Hi,
But you have
Anne.
the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay. How does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but
Bring
how
it
does
to
he
me
get
and do
into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and get it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like look, he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming, other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found. and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
Oh gosh, this. Oh,
No, I don't remember that.
this creeps me out.
For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, just shut up, woman.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and.
No,
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like.
I don't think you all understand who I am. Where
Well, tell me.
Oh, who are you,
I've
Queen of
always been a
England?
straight-A student.
Oh, I won't
am
insult
an
her.
outstanding
The
mother
King
to
of
my
England?
son. I excel at everything.
Oh, I'm perfect.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay.
OMG. Seriously.
No, it was just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
It's supposed to start, Sarah's trial is supposed to start October 7th. However, they've asked for contingency and the judge has taken it under advisement.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
Oh, I don't know how much long I can take. Is it long?
I don't know how much I can take.
Why? Because you know what's on it? Wow. That's priceless.
Do I have to watch this?
Why? Because
I
you
can
know what's on
usually
it?
throw
And
up.
it's
I don't
disturbing
play-
as
I
hell?
don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Why don't you want
Well,
to see
it's
it?
on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that
This
long?
This is bad. Really? Come on, please, child.
For everything you've done to me.
Oh.
Fuck you.
And that's you, your voice.
I can't get to the button quick enough.
That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do and you choke me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had two fingers hanging out. and you
I
went to
flipped him
bed.
over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
And there's two different.
Oh, I can always
videos,
do a dual live,
picture where,
Kristen.
Yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions.
Okay,
Some
we
things
have,
you can't breathe, and you
we have. Why is this video so crappy? And it's not their fault. I'm not complaining. I love them. I just don't know why it's so horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this one. It's a much better feed. I'm sorry, TV Live. I am so sorry. Oh, now she's smiling? This is weird behavior. What the heck is that's dissociating. I don't know anything about it, but I'll look at
I'm
it.
told that the jury has reached a verdict as to sentencing. I don't know what the jury's verdict is. As I said before, they didn't ask for the job, and we will not praise their verdict, and we will not condemn their verdict. Any outburst,
I've gained it as best I can.
positive, negative, whatsoever, will be direct contempt of court, and you will serve 30 days in jail for each outburst. If you cannot control your emotions, you should leave the courtroom at this time.
Ooh, it's hot
Mr. Bennett,
now.
please bring in the jury.
Turn his mic down, people. It's too hot. Yeah, it was squealing and he moved it away.
Ma'am, I see you're holding paper. Has the jury been able to reach a unanimous verdict? Please hand that to the bench.
Okay, before they say it, what do you think it's going to be? I think it's going to be with just life in prison. I don't think they're going to give her any early release.
Verdict appears to be in proper form. Mr.
What do y'all
Gregg,
think?
If you and your attorneys would come to the podium.
I don't think she's going to get life with parole.
The
Now they
verdict
can
reads as
appeal it
follows.
and
As to count
possibly
one,
get it.
we, the jury, sentence the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment. As to count two, we, the jury, sentence the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just as I did with the verdicts of guilt, not trying to be rude. It's the quickest way we can get it done. As to count one, we, the jury, sentence the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Sir, is that your verdict? Yes, ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your
Without
verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? As to count
life
two,
in prison.
The jury sends the defendant Carly Madison Gregg to life imprisonment. On the front row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Ma'am, is that your verdict?
Well, they didn't dump it on the judge.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am,
They
is that
did
your
their
verdict?
job.
On the back row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Yes. Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? And sir, is that your verdict? Yes, sir. Verdict appears to be in proper form. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, please exit. I will be there in just a moment to release you, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Who knows? It may have tranquilized her. Oh, there'll be some crying tonight, honey. When they put her on self-harm watch, just what I call a padded dress and a blanket. Not even that, just a padded dress in a room on the floor. That will be reality.
Your sentences will be as follows. As to count one, the jury having fixed the verdict at life imprisonment, this court will sentence you to life imprisonment. As to count two, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. As to count three, you'll be sentenced to 10 years to serve. You'll be required to pay court cost fees and assessments in the amount of $431.50. Ms. Gregg, regarding any appeal of your judgment and conviction and order of sentence and in accordance with Wright versus State 577 Southern 2nd 387, the court wants to inform you that pursuant to Rule 4E of the Mississippi Rules of Appellate Procedure, the notice of appeal required by Rule 3 of such rules shall be filed with the circuit clerk within 30 days after the date of the denial of any motion for a new trial or the date of imposition of sentence, whichever is later. Pursuant to Rule 4E, if you make a timely motion under the Mississippi Rules of Criminal Procedure for a judgment of acquittal notwithstanding the verdict of the jury or for a new trial under Rule 25.1, the time for appeal shall run from the entry of the order denying such motion. Finally, Rule 25.1 subsection C provides that a motion for a new trial must be made within 10 days of entry of the judgment, which includes both adjudication of guilt and sentence. Should you make a decision on the record to appeal, that decision will stand unless a written statement to the contrary signed by you and your attorney is filed with the court. Should you make a decision to waive appeal, that decision will stand unless you give written notice to the court and your attorney prior to expiration of the time in which you perfect an appeal. Should no decision to appeal be made by you, your failure to express a desire to appeal shall be considered a waiver of your right to appeal, and that waiver will stand unless you give written notice to the court and to your attorney prior to expiration of the time in which to perfect an appeal. Have you made a decision to appeal your conviction and sentence? All right. Court will be in recess.
Your Honor, let me get clarification. I apologize. On the
Sentences will run concurrent.
Well, at least they didn't handcuff her right there and do all that stuff. But I don't know where she's going to serve. I want to know where they want her to serve. I would assume juvie. I'm just kind of see what's going on in the courtroom. I'm going to blow this up so I can see them better. See if I can glean what some of them are saying. This looks like an advocate. Oh, life without parole, straight life. Yeah, Ronnie. This is so sad. Sad for the family of the one who lost their daughter, her mother. Sad for her. She destroyed her life. Ronnie, but not life without parole. They describe them as being in a honeymoon phase still. Parents obviously, I don't know, yeah. So this lady here is explaining to them what's going to happen. I'm sure they got questions when they can see her. How do they get her money? What can they do? Are they going to move her? When they're going to move her? All of those questions. And that will have to wait. They will have to do an assessment on her. But it is, in all intents and purposes, done. And that poor young lady is not to walk society streets again. Unless there's a overturn in her conviction. Now, I don't know. I'm kind of watching just in case they have an interview. Sometimes they do. I don't know. They're talking to the grandparents. So they're going to have to, they're applying for the appeals. Appeals can take years. The sad thing is the grandparents, they love her. And, she's lucky to have them. All right. Well, guys, another court case done. And it's a heavy-hearted one. I feel sorry for the family right there having to be on live TV. I'm not a good preponderant person who really promotes putting family up on the screen. Well, it to believe if you're in denial and you believe that she was out of her mind and was not in her right mind, and the meds messed her up, and if you believe that story, well then of course you're going to support her, but I wouldn't. I don't believe the story. Okay, guys, we are done with this case. So, case closed. We have adjourned. So now prison life for her. I can only pray that she turns her life around. Now, tomorrow we will be having a members only live. Maybe I don't know if I should do it earlier because 7:30 is NASCAR. 7:30 is NASCAR. I'll go ahead and do it and have NASCAR running in the background. Give y'all an update, but I will see y'all tomorrow at 7 for our members only. Thank you again for joining us. I will be prepping for next week. We have, what do we have on the books? Let me pull it up real quick. I can just close those. I don't need it. I can do this. I need to put this over here because I'm always hunting for it. Let me pull up my Google Calendar. Okay, next week we have Sarah Boone is Sarah Boone is a 24th is a hearing and 26 is a hearing. Okay. So yeah, we're done with that. We are done with that. It ended on the 20th. It began on the 16th. Save. Yeah, I've saved my schedule. So Lori Shaver trial really that pushed back. So unfortunately, we've had several trials move around next week. So the 24th and the 26th, we absolutely do have a meeting. Sarah Boone trial. So what we'll do is for the hearing on Sarah Boone, we're going to go over a lot of the documents. There's been a lot of stuff that's been posted. I know some of y'all have seen it. But I'm going to line everything up and try to get it in a sequential order and us go through that. I'm going to go get my college work done. So maybe I can do something fun tonight. I don't know what. Maybe just get some fresh air, clean out my front shed. I don't know. We'll do something. In the meantime, y'all be safe. You enjoy each other's company. Take care of those that you love and be kind to somebody who is just having a bad day. You never know. You could be next. So with that, we are done for the last time with Carly Gregg. See y'all later.